What is up, ladies and gentlemen? I hope you guys are ready for a fun night. Not only a fun night, but a long night. Let me just say a long night. And the reasoning for that is obviously this is the pre-show. If you're new to the show, this is Funkatopia Live. I am your host, Mr. Christopher, and this is actually a pre-show. So this is kind of where I kind of come in and let you guys hang out and get comfortable and whatnot. And that's about it. Just kind of get you guys in, get you guys ready, let you get settled in and say hello and whatnot. Let me know that you're here and where you're from. I know a lot of you Funkatopians already are in here as well. Steve858 asks, is this going to be live? Yes, it is. Purple Nerd Channel says, I believe so. You should know better, Purple Nerd Channel. Of course it's live. Charlotte says, yes, thank you. Samantha, hello. What is going on? Simon Stone, how are you, buddy? See, Kimberly White, ready for a great show. Me too, as well. Lawrence, what is going on? Yep. We were talking before that I don't know that Jesse is going to use the camera tonight. So just be prepared for that Jesse will probably not use the camera again. And listen, I'm perfectly okay with that. I did try to walk him through how to do the profile pic. So if he comes, it will be something other than a gray box, but he probably will not use the camera again. And the reality of it is that he doesn't do a lot of interviews. So when he does do them, he needs to be comfortable. So if he's more comfortable just doing audio only, all good. Do audio only. It's fine. You know, it's the stories that we want. I mean, you only get to see a square box with somebody's face in it. And I mean, it's good to see them reactions and whatnot, but it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, lots of stuff going on tonight. And the reason why it's going to be a long night is because tonight we are going to be doing the 40th anniversary of Jesse Johnson's Revue. Easily, without a doubt, probably one of the best albums in existence. And on top of that, we are also going to be doing a discussion at the end regarding the Netflix Prince documentary. I don't know that Jesse will stay on for that. Probably not. But Michael Bland may come back on. And when I say by come back on, he's already here. So I'm going to go ahead and bring him in. The one, the only, the man, Michael Bland.
You know it. You know it. What's up? That's right.
No, man.
It's live.
Live.
I don't believe you actually do this live, man.
Well, it's kind of
fraudulent activities.
No. If I did, I wouldn't do it live.
All right. Well, yeah, you wouldn't admit it. Yes.
It's like I like doing things without a net. I mean, because it kind of creates a lot of things organically, but I totally, completely, 100% get some of my colleagues and whatnot doing stuff pre-recorded and then going in and editing and doing all the interstitials and stuff. I would love to be able to do something like that, but I like the live part of it, and on top of that, the audience can actually participate in it, and that makes it a lot more fun. So
I agree. But
let's see.
It's better to have an audience.
Yeah, you got
hello. Yeah, I see everybody saying hello. Hey,
good. Yeah,
Alana.
Not only Jesse Johnson, but Michael Bland to boot. Yeah, that's right. All you fine folks.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. Junior Third says, ask Jesse when new music will be coming out. Are the plans for deluxe versions passed on? Yeah, of course. I'm going to ask him about all that. But tonight we're focusing on the 40th anniversary of course, this masterpiece, Jesse Johnson's Revue. Of course, we're going to be focusing. Yes. But, and I know you're not going to be a part of that. And the reason why you wanted to come on is because you had been on before, and we had mentioned that today not only is the 40th anniversary of Jesse Johnson's Revue, but it's also the day that tickets go on sale to this bad boy.
What you talking about, man? Oh! What you talking about, man?
Come on.
Yeah. You know what? I heard there's already 126 tickets were sold earlier. That was like 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. They just went on sale. So,
nice.
You know, I mean,
that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
So, for those who don't know, tell them about this show that's coming up.
Well, this show is it's called Together, and it's mostly in honor of Prince's music, you know. And you know, I wrestled with it for a long time. Like, how did I want to really contribute to keeping his music alive? Like, you know, nobody was really offering me anything that I wanted to get in on. So I figured I just have to sort of build it myself. What do I want to see? You know, who do I want to, you know, who do I want to play with? Like, what's the best possible way for me to cover, you know, a wide variety of his material, you know, but with the same group, you know?
Yeah.
And maybe have special guests here and there. And that'll be the plan in the future, is to definitely, you know, I'm already, you know, trying to figure out, you know, when to call Dez. You know, as you see, Dr. Fink is going to be joining us. It's you know, so.
Is Dez still doing stuff? I mean, because I tried to reach out to him. I guess he's doing some work with a college. I can't remember which college, but he was doing some work, and he asked him to come on the show, and he said, "Yeah, I'm not really doing much of that too much. Just kind of." I mean, and it may have been just a period of time, but
sure.
You know, I
mean, if you give him good reason, I'm sure he'll come out of retirement or whatever, you know. And you know, I kind of know Dez, you know, but also, you know, he's really a person who thinks for himself, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I wanted to develop a unit that maybe I could take ultimately on the road, like maybe do some dates. You know, I have made some progress trying to kind of, I know an associate of mine has a relative that works for Live Nation. So we're trying to sort of massage, you know, that connect and try to figure out a way we can bring the show from state to state, at least. You know, Live Nation has a lot of venues in the country. And of what I've seen, they're always quality venues. So that's kind of what I'm working on now, because people keep saying, well, when are you going to bring it out here? And, you know, don't forget us. And it's like, you know, I got to figure out a way to sort of regulate, you know. And so that's what I'm in the process of doing right now. This is something I'd like to, you know, at least maybe make an annual thing out of it. You know, I feel more comfortable about it now. Since we did the one last year, I got an idea of what I'm up against. And even now, somebody's asking if you could boost my volume. Does that mean I'm not loud enough?
You may need to be, you may be all the way, excuse me, capped over here. So it may be something on your end.
Okay. Well, I just turned up. Is that better? Who asked him to turn it? Is this better? I tried to bring it up.
I can definitely see it better on this end for sure.
Okay, good. I'm sorry. I guess I see louder for me, louder for you. Yeah, I forget that. You know. Okay. Yeah, everybody's saying I sound all right. Okay. Anyway, long story short, I'm couple of things. I miss playing with Levi. Levi is the man. You know, he's actually, I learned how to be a musical director under his tutelage. You know, with Prince, Levi was the one who was telling us what to do when Prince wasn't.
Right.
Know? So I learned a lot about how you prepare a band for war, you know, and it's always war.
But it's just a really, really great show. It's a great lineup. Mm-hmm. And just a lot of people are asking where you can get tickets. I did set up a quick link for you guys if you want to buy tickets to the show. The show is called Together. It's going to be happening Saturday, April 19th. Remember that, Saturday. That's a weekend. So you're not even going to have to like take a bunch of time off work. You can fly in, hang out all day Saturday, go see the show, fly, whatever you want to do. Mm-hmm. Reminder, it's also the weekend of Prince's transition day, which is Monday, right? It's the 21st, I believe, Monday. Yes, so if you wanted to make a little bit of an extended thing, you possibly could and do a bunch of stuff. And on top of that, after this event, there's also going to be a dance party. But first, let's talk about this event. Together April 19th is going to be at the Hopkins Center for the Arts in Hopkins, Minnesota, which is about kind of northwest from Bloomington, southwest from Minneapolis, kind of that area. But it's going to be featuring our good friend right here, Michael Bland, and also Tommy Barbarella and Levi Caesar Jr., Dr. Fink of The Revolution, Homer Odell and Ring Kinchin from Min Condition, and then of course have G Sharp and JB and Ashley Commodore.
Yeah, my people, the UC Horns, everybody from the Urban Classic band, which we play a lot locally here.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely amazing. And if you can get to it, again, I set up a quick link at funkatopia.com/NPG. I made it as easy as I possibly could.
Thank you, man. That's great.
Yeah, so funkatopia.com/NPG, and you can get tickets to the show. Tickets are already going fast. Is this the first official announcement of the tickets?
This is, well, the Hopkins Center for the Arts, they have like a membership program. So some tickets were sold to some of their people first.
Good.
For whatever, pricing they get. But this is the first day to the general public that tickets have been available.
Yeah. Adam Laurie says it's going to sell out. Well, we hope so.
Yeah. I mean, it's a more appropriate venue size wise than from last year. The Uptown Theater holds like 1,700. We did like probably around 7. We did close, and this place, the capacity is 700. So there's not going to be a lot of wiggle room at all. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Well, so Michael, we got to move into the actual live show right now. Jesse Johnson in the wings, and so we want to make sure that we kind of move on to that. But maybe after we do the Jesse Johnson segment here, you can come back on and we can talk a little bit about this Netflix documentary.
Oh, yeah, man. No, let's definitely discuss that. If you don't see me in the green room, then text me and I'll jump on. But I'll stay in the green room to hear Jesse.
All right, perfect. Great. All right, take
this.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The one, the only, the legendary Michael Bland. All right. Well, you guys are ready. Let me go ahead and take this banner down because it's no longer the Funkatopia pre-show. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Funkatopia Live. I am your host, Mr. Christopher. This is a very special show tonight, just so we're clear. Tonight is the 40th anniversary of this album right here, Jesse Johnson's Revue. Released, can you see if you can get a good shot of that without the glare? Released today, February 11th. 1985, 40 years ago, that album came out. That's completely insane, just so we're clear. It's one of the most, in my opinion, one of the most groundbreaking 80s funk albums that was tied to the Purple Universe, but also completely stood on its own without any writing or involvement from Prince. And it easily rose to the top as a legitimate challenger to what was dubbed the Minneapolis Sound. The release of Jesse Johnson's Revue gave fans that raw funk that they had been searching for. And this album, literally, I don't say this lightly, changed my life. Jesse Johnson had swagger. The sound was raw. He even made Pink cool. And to top it off, unlike a lot of albums that came out in this era, it was stacked with amazing tracks from front to back. Many times back in those days, as you guys remember, you would go and you buy an album just based on a radio hit that you heard on the radio. And you would go to Sam Goody or wherever you would get your albums, Turtles, whatever. And you would hope, if you were lucky, you got 2 or 3 tracks that were really, really good. And you were able to kind of, have a good purchase at least. But this album, Jesse Johnson's Revue, front to back, funky, blissful, unadulterated musical magic. I mean, I'm sure that you guys agree. There's no weak tracks anywhere. Anyways, I just want to go ahead and just bring him in because it's incredible to have him back on Funkatopia again. Let's bring in the legend himself, the one, the only, Jesse Johnson. Jesse.
Oh, hello.
How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm good, man. I'm here in beautiful Los Angeles, and
Yep. What's well, are you're safe from the fires, I'm assuming. Is how close did that get to you?
I think at one point it got pretty close because I got a thing to leave, and I was like, oh no, I guess I'm gonna burn up in here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm too tired. No, I had been recording, still recording, just getting over a really bad flu and just coming back to life. Really, it's just been a lot going on in my life. I can't really I'm just I don't know what I am.
Well,
I don't know what day is it anyway. Is it
today it's
Wednesday?
Tuesday. No, it's Tuesday.
Uh-uh.
It's
Oh,
Tuesday.
I just
You
never
know, a
know
lot
what
of
day
people
it
want to know
is.
about the new music, but we'll hold off on that
It's
right now.
fan. It's I can't cuss on here, right? I need to not
Yeah, you
cuss,
can.
right?
Yeah, you can.
It's so fucking delicious. It it'll make you cry. It's the way it's turning out. And I'm not saying it because I did it. I'm saying it because I'm amazed that I did it. To be honest with you, it's not like anything doesn't sound or anything like anything I've done before, even lyrically. It's something completely different. And it's just, I listen to it, and I don't listen to it that often. When I finish something, I have to forget all about it and go to the next song so I don't repeat myself. And I do things in steps anyway. I do things in steps. I'll write a bunch of music, and every time I finish a song, the gift that I believe comes from God to me is the melody, because the melody, it's not really even the lyrics, it's the melody. When I'm writing, when I finish something, I'll have a melody. And I have to do that because I play all the instruments and everything. So I have to have something to play against, sit the bass against, sit the guitar against, and blah, 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 all that kind of boring stuff. But melody is the thing that I listen to and just go like, wow. I mean, I remember talking to D'Angelo not long about that. It's like how people ask us about songs and stuff, you have no recollection because that's the telling sign that you are somewhat of a messenger, because you don't know where this stuff comes from. Like, I don't know where it comes from. And I just feel so lucky and so fortunate, because there's other guitar players, there's million and trillions of guitar players, but I don't really listen to guitar players. I listen to most guitar players that I listen to, that I absolutely love and admire greatly, are usually great composers. You know, Eddie Van Halen was a great guitar player, but man, he was an insane composer. Jimi Hendrix, the same thing, just a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant guitarist, but just a out of this world composer. Nobody listens to a album 60, 70 years later because it was a good guitar solo. They people remember great compositions, and if you happen to hang something shiny on it, that even helps even more, I think.
Is this still going to be a triple album like we had originally discussed?
I ain't saying nothing about nothing, because my old record company went and released all three of my things, I think, off of me mentioning that. And they released, you've seen that, right? Yes or no?
No, I haven't seen it, but I believe it happened for sure.
No, just look. It's my three A&M albums. They
Oh,
remastered them, and they skirted some loopholes by not releasing it. They didn't release it in the US, they released it out of the UK, and it's a package with all three A&M albums in it. I was really pissed about that, but I'm it's okay, because we're in a whole lot of legal stuff right now. So, and I'm on the winning hand of that side. That just like the gods, every time I turn around, the gods come down and sit at the end of my bed and say, "Relax, sir, you're gonna be okay."
that's yeah, of course. Let me just say, I'm. This has got to be amazing to you too, looking back. Can you believe this has been 40 years on this album here? 40
Oh,
years.
you know, I just that's crazy when you say it in time like that, because yeah, I the only thing I remember about the doing the record is I just remember being real scared, being real scared because I worked really hard on production and everything on the Ice Cream Castle album. I had a really tight hand in the Ice Cream Castle album, and um and I I was a producer on that album. Like, have you like let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, because I don't know how to do this, but I was gonna go on IG and ask people to, if anybody had the first pressing of Ice Cream Castle, it lists me as a producer, and the second pressing, I'm not on as a producer.
Well, let's do this. If any of you hundreds of people that are watching live right now, and it keeps on growing as I'm looking at the numbers. If anybody has a first
First pressing.
of Ice Cream Castle, look to see who it shows as.
Yeah, it should say Morris Day, Jesse Johnson, and the Star Company, or Jamie Star, something like that. It should say that. And I don't know, I don't know where I don't know. I think I give so much away that I never have any of that stuff. But I remember seeing it because back in the day when they would do vinyls, they would send you a actually test pressing of the cover front and back so you could see it and make sure everything was blah blah blah. And I remember I had that, even I had the acetate, but I don't know what I probably still have them. Who knows? But I'm just saying, if anybody out there has it, if they could send that, DM me on IG. I don't remember what my IG's name is called. Jesse
Well,
Johnson, I think. But I like to have a cover shot of it. But um Warner Brothers was telling my team that, oh, there was no such thing as da 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 da. And you were really funny. As they were telling my team this, what they didn't know was 4 weeks before all of this happened. And if the young man is listening to me, I like to talk to him about that. This is the weirdest thing, but Warner Brothers, like a week or two ago, was saying, no, I don't think Jesse, I don't think he produced anything. I don't think he blah 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 blah. They was talking all this shit, but a guy sent me the acetate for Time and Apollonia 6. Wow, this is weird how the universe works. Sent me this. He sent me acetates for to authenticate them. He was like, my mother worked at Warner Brothers at the time when you guys were blah blah blah, and he said, would you look at? I'm sorry to disturb you, but it would be so. I would so much appreciate if you could look at this and tell me this is real. And it's all of the time. It's the time. It's a time record. But the front cover I recognize immediately because Bernie Grunman, you always recognize his acetates, his handwriting, everything. And the front, it says the time, this and that. And then on the back, it has all the credits produced by Morris Day, Jesse Johnson, and I think Jamie Starr or something. And then it says all songs written by Morris Day, Jesse Johnson. And guess and it's got all the credits. And guess whose handwriting it's in? Take a wild guess.
obviously,
Take a guess. Whose handwriting it's written in?
well, I would guess my first craziest guess would be Prince, but
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah,
Yes.
but
It's in his handwriting.
for him
Is
to
that
give
crazy?
producer
Is that
credit,
him?
yeah,
Is
it's
that
great.
him? What was he going to say?
No, I was saying for him to give producer credits, it must have been
He
painful
didn't.
just
He
to write.
didn't give me. He didn't give me. He didn't give me
Yeah,
producer
just
credits.
say
I,
that.
I worked. I worked hard on that record. I played drums on that album. You guys don't even know that. I wrote the biggest songs. I brought in Jungle Love. I brought in Jungle Love. I brought in Jungle Love. Me and Morris brought in together a 2-inch tape. I mean a half-inch 2-track tape of Ice Cream Castle. I composed the music for If the Kid, and there's a fourth song on there. So it's a Jungle Love, The Bird, Ice Cream. Oh, that's it. If the Kid. I did 4 songs on it. I wrote the biggest songs of the history of the time. Prince wrote those lyrics. He did the melody and the lyrics.
Yeah,
Because my thing with but the songs never are credited what you do. So people always assume, because I see when the stuff that I have up now, Vertex, is I did some stuff with Vertex Effects and they filmed it, and people are saying, why are they filming him or something? He didn't play on those songs. And I'm like, yes, I did. And people need to shut the fuck up if they don't know what they're talking about. But
God,
yes, I did. Yes, I did play.
yeah,
I know what I played on. I didn't just play on, like, I'm playing guitar on what album? I'm on playing guitar on Gigolos Get Lonely too, but I'm not credited for that. I'm playing guitar on, oh, I played everything on the song Bite the Beat on Vanity 6, but I don't get credited for that. But I know I played on a ton of stuff when I have to go back and dig and deal with all this, because not a lot of laws have changed, and I got all my, my masters and I got ownership of all that stuff. So it was a lot of stuff I didn't realize I did over like 500 songs. I had no idea.
All right. So talking about Jesse Johnson's Revue, obviously, really,
Yeah, that was
really,
the beginning of it all.
no, I really want to celebrate this a lot. And let me I'm not just saying this, just so we're clear. And I wanted to kind of prove something to how obsessed I am with you as an artist and your work. Every time I see it, I pick it up. So I just don't have one copy.
I
Not
do
just
too. I was just I was at the flea market and I saw cassettes, and they're not for me, but I buy them for other people as gifts. I sign it and give it to somebody.
I have 5 copies of the vinyl in my head.
Wow.
And a cassette. So it's insane. So here's what I'm going to tell you fans that are in the chat room. I'm going to give 4 of these away tonight for some of the best questions. I'll be watching you guys, but I'm going to give 4 away tonight to you guys for those that don't have it. And of course, obviously, another piece de resistance is the pink vinyl Jesse Johnson's Revue, Be Your Man. I mean,
Yeah, I have those too.
those are commit. But let me ask you this, because I kind of want to get to the history of this and really focus on this album.
Yeah.
Before Minnesota, you were in Rock Island, Illinois, right?
Yeah, Rock Island, Davenport, Iowa.
Okay. And out of curiosity, were
Mhm.
any of the songs that are on Jesse Johnson's Revue written back then before you came?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
I don't even think I was I I don't know. There was other people in the rock bands I was in. There were people in those bands that wrote songs and we played original songs, but I was always kind of like really quiet. That's why even when I was in the time, I never really like I never sang anything or did anything like that. I was just like really kind of because you got to remember in the time I was the as I am today, I'm the outsider. I'm the only one that's not from Minneapolis. So I'm not I didn't know anybody there. I came there in 81 and shortly was in that I came there in 81, shortly met Morris who introduced me to Prince, and I just knew Morris and Prince. I didn't know anybody else. And it just kind
So
of all happened fast, but no, there I wasn't even writing songs then.
okay, so we'll fast forward then through the time and everything and to 1985 and the release of this album, because the first question that I have about this album is the label choice, because Prince, who was at the, rightfully so, at the pinnacle of his career in 1985, that kind of had Warner Brothers stumbling all over themselves to sign anything and everything that seemed remotely tied to him. So not only had he given them 6 albums by then, Purple Rain had already recently dropped album, film, or whatever. Plus, they had already seen how the albums that were attached to him were moving. Sheila E., at the time, Vanity 6, Apollonia 6, Sheena Easton, all that stuff or whatever. And you're also being managed by Owen Hussey, who helped Prince get his record deal. So this is where it is strange to me. How was Warner Brothers not in the mix right from the start with you? Did they not give you an offer that you had to go to
Well,
A&M?
out of curiosity, before I answer that, what label was Morris on? I don't remember what you remember what label Morris was on?
That's a good question. Actually, hold on a second. I do actually have. Yeah, I can look that up while you.
Well, I never went to Warner Brothers. I don't think I ever. I know for a fact myself has never shopped at Warner Brothers. I was everywhere, but I
Steve
was
said,
shopping everywhere but Warner Brothers, and
"Why was
because
that?"
it's like because you know it was a really tough place for me. It was like more Prince is over here, Morris is over there, and then I come out of nowhere in the middle, and I got to find something that works. That's not
That's fair.
that's not either of these guys. So the only thing you can do, I think the only smart business thing to have done was to go into some other uncharted water somewhere to forge your own path, your own journey, your own road, if you will. Because if I think Prince had, as far as that went, he had already paved quite a bit of golden highway over there for himself, and Morris was out before me as well, and both, Prince starred in a movie. Morris was co-star in Purple Rain. He was co-starring in Purple Rain, and I was like just really kind of like nobody, and so I had to go and kind of deal with things as unknown, and but forge my own way and find somebody that could hear the raggedy rough demos that I had and knew that I was talented enough, because it wasn't like how it is now. Like now when you people do a demo, because there's no cost to do a demo. To do a demo back then it involved tape costs. There's 130 a reel, a tape machine, studio time, blah blah blah. And so people now do it because we don't all those costs don't exist now. And so people can do like a demo now that sounds like a finished record. But back then I would just you wouldn't believe it. I would just have a cassette deck and be playing something on bass or guitar and going, "Boo," not even saying words, but kind of humming a melody. And I'm glad I did it that way, because the people that heard it, they heard something in that raggedy, idea, and go like, "Oh, this could be this could be that, this could be that." But the fighting part was going to be, okay, if a person had ears, because back then a lot of the A&R people, even from the 60s, shit, before that, even the 50s, 60s, a lot of the A&R people, or yeah, they were musicians too. And so they could hear things that the straight businessman is not going to hear. So anyway, moving forward, I just knew I had to go somewhere where I could be, kind of make my own way and not be associated with this, that, or the other, so that I would get the attention that I needed to be able to develop a career.
So why A&M? What was so attractive
I
that
didn't. I wasn't attracted to it. A&M had a terrible reputation at that time. They didn't even have a black musical department. They had Reverend Al Sharpton over there trying to pick it, and because they had no black music department
that
for a really long time. I think ever since Quincy left, so wasn't an ideal place to go. It still wasn't an ideal place to go, because they were really bad with black music. They were, let me rephrase that. They were really bad they were bad with melanated artists. They had their pop thing was game and on point and all that. And that's why when Quincy was there, I didn't really, I mean, I knew when Quincy Jones went there, he made history as as the first black A&R person, the first black department head. And it was legendary. And I look back at it now and I go even more like, wow, because I wasn't that entangled in the or familiar with that part of the record business, if you understand. I wasn't in that part of it. I was just kind of playing music. But once you start doing business, you just go, wow, this dude broke down a lot of roads. And so the in A&M history, uh, which was started by Herb Alpert, Jerry Moss, and Herb Alpert, of course, the Tijuana Brass. So they had the first gold album, and I think the Carpenters had the second. Yeah, the Carpenters had the second gold album in the history of A&M, and then I mean, these are debut records, I should say. Herb Alpert debut gold, Carpenters debut gold. The third was legendary because it was the Brothers Johnson, their first album, Bam. And then I came along many, many years after that, and I had the fourth debut gold album in A&M's history.
well, it's definitely my favorite album on A&M.
But they were the ones that I think liked. It was John McClain. It was John McClain and Jordan, the department, the head of VP. He actually went and started Version when Paula went over there and all that. But it was really John McClain, really, really, hats off. I did a lot of the music and put everything together, but I had people that inspired me, and two of the people that really helped me greatly was John McClain, because John just wasn't on the business tip. Like I would work on a song on that record and send it to him, and he'd go, "Oh yeah, it's really cool. I like it, man." He said, "But you gotta." He said, "I like that moving the chords and this and that." He said, "But you got to work on the lyrics because you need a beginning, a middle, and an end." And that's how he really helped me to become, really helped me when it came to writing lyrics, because when you're doing this stuff, it's like I had never produced a record for me. Like the label asked me, and in a way I wasn't lying, because I had produced stuff, just wasn't credited for, because when I left, flipping back to, we were speaking of Ice Cream Castle, when I left, I know the first pressing of Ice Cream Castle had my name on it as producer. And when I left, it was really fucked up, because when I left, then Prince took my name off, which wasn't fair, because whether I left or stayed, I did do the work. And I mean, you don't understand. If we slept, I literally slept in the studio making that record, being at Sunset Sound. I was in that shit sleep and would wake up and and Morris and Prince would be sitting at the board and they would wake me up and they go, "Could you go out in the studio?" And they'd be laughing and shit. And I go, "Okay, okay." And they go, and I'm like, "What am I doing?" And they go, "Just hit the gong when we point at you." And they both are laughing. But I would fill out a, union W-4. I'm like, "Yeah, I'll hit this gong, but you're paying me for hitting this fucking gong." But going back to my own record, it was really McLean had a big part in helping, giving me that leverage. But even before McLean existed, it was Prince. When I would give him a demo, because he would laugh at a lot of stuff I gave him. I would give him a demo and he'd laugh his ass off. He'd be like, "Morris, come here it is," and he'd be calling people over. Jimmy Jam would have tears coming out of their eyes. But the thing was that I wasn't offended by it, because it wasn't taking it as an insult. I knew that Prince knew how to make records, knew what the fuck he was doing, and Morris had, been on a lot of that trail and around him and so forth and so on. And plus they were both really, really, even Jam, they were just top grade musicians. I mean, I would, yeah, they were just some top level stuff. And I really didn't fit in right with them like that, because I had been playing rock and roll for a lot of years, and that was my thing. I came from that world into this other world. I think that was one of the reasons that Prince was telling me later. That's why he wanted me to be in there, because he could do this and do that, and it'd be a guitar player that could pull it off or whatever, whatnot. But I added a different flavor. Instead of it just being an R&B band, we added a different flavor to it. But he would tell me later on, probably after the 1999 tour, the first tour, Controversy, that's when I gave him the 4-track demo of Bite the Beat. And Bite the Beat is a funny song, because I didn't remember any of this until I found the original cassette that I handed him. I still have it. It and I have that with Jungle Up too. I have the cassette of, of everything. I don't know how I kept all this stuff, but I wrote all the lyrics on Bite the Beat. I performed the song. Prince, the only thing Prince did on Bite the Beat is he did that. There's some organ solo or something on there. He did that, but I played the whole track, and then I wrote the lyrics too, and I didn't realize that until I heard the demo. But he would say to me, "You have a natural ear for producing." He would say that to me. And I didn't really know what he's talking about. I said, "What do you mean?" And he never expound on it, but he would say, "You have a natural ear for producing." So by the time I got to A&M, and you just don't know, man. Before I made this record that you like, I bought a console for a lot of money and it didn't work. And it was like they came, set it up, and it was just garbage. And I was like, "Oh my God, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?" Because when you sign a deal, if you sign a deal on a fund, then you have control of the money, but how they pay you the money, they give you a third. And then when you get ready to mix, they give you a third, and then when you hand in the final, they give you the other third. So you're not working with that much money. And I
Mhm.
think my first thing was like 125, 150 grand or something. It wasn't that much money. And so I had to buy equipment, because I knew I was not going to be able to I knew I could not afford to go into a commercial studio and put this record that you have together. I know that was out of the question, because the cost of studios at that time was just blah blah. And even to this day, I cannot create in a commercial. To this day, I cannot create in a commercial studio, because I keep thinking of the cost. Even if I can afford it, I still keep thinking of the cost. But anyway, so I took this other board back, and because it was garbage, it was just trash. It sounded so bad. So then I knew Prince was getting all new stuff. So I called him, and he said, "Yeah, come on." He was at the St. Paul Civic Center, and they had the giant stage. They were rehearsing, they're doing dress rehearsals for Purple Rain, getting ready to leave. And so they're doing all these dress rehearsals. I go there and I said, "I want to buy that console. You're going to sell it?" And he said, I was hoping he said, "Yeah, you made me millions. You can have it." But he didn't. He said, "Yeah, I'll sell it to you for 25 grand or something." I was like, "Oh shit. Okay, well, I got to make this happen." So I went over there with a cashier's check for that, and ended
Wow.
up buying it, ended up buying that console, having it. I don't even remember. Everything's a blur. I don't remember how it got to from him to me. That's how crazy it is. And that's crazy, because how you know it's a blur, because I don't do drugs and all that shit. So I'm just, it's just everything was moving that fast. Just because I think I had just bought a, I had to buy it. I bought a townhouse to put it in, and it was one of those townhouses that wasn't built when I bought it. When I bought it, it was built, so it had had a half basement, and I had them build a wall instead of, you normally when you walk up the stairs it was open, but I had them build a wall there. Blah blah blah. Anyway, put it all together. Had this house, had the studio, and put it all together, and went in the basement, man, and it was before I ever did the record though, there was one song on the review album that what that I did have, because I would save up all of my lunch money and my, my per diem when I'm touring. That's how I would come off a tour. Buy a 4 track. The first tour I think was Controversy, so I bought a 4 track with a Controversy and a first time album, and I think we were opening Zap. I think was in the middle, and then Prince, and then the second tour was, I think, was the 1999, and then but I would save up all my per diem, and and just eat like peanut butter sandwiches or something, for real, for real.
Right.
And so the first tour I came home, I bought a 4 track because I really wanted to start learning how to record. And then and I would sneak a synthesizer out of a rehearsal every night and make sure it was back before. And then the 1999 tour, I moved to an 8 track, and that's why Jungle of the demo that's on my Facebook page. That's exactly the demo that I handed to Prince. I wrote the story on there. It's like we were leaving acting class, and I was real nervous because they always laughed at everything I handed them until Bite the Beat, and and I handed it to him. Say, hey man, you check this out. I'll let you know. And he's like, and then I said, here, check this out later, man. Let me know if you like this or not. And he's like, oh, just listen to it now. And I was like, oh, I hate doing that shit in front, because it's like, how nerve-wracking it is, right?
Yeah, it's
It's very
horrible.
fucking nerve-wracking. And so I'm like, oh, just, and he's like, just let's listen to it now. And we get in my car. I think I had a Honda, didn't have air conditioning in it, but I had the coolest sounding stereo because I had a trunk. I had a big trunk. So we get in the car and he puts that shit in. He's in the driver's seat, I'm in the passenger. He's like, now that's what the fuck I'm talking about. And he's like, let's cut that tonight. And when we cut it, it was Morris Prince and myself there. And he set up an OB8 synthesizer, and I was against the wall, and he set the split setting on it, and and on the wall, and I'm playing the bass line, boom, 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 and he's playing chords because he's playing them with two hands, ba 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 na, na, he's playing, and we're on the same keyboard, and then he just calling breakdown, and I stop. Then he just starts on the horn, go ba da, and I go boom, boom, So it was just like everything that just rolled into one. But getting back to my shit, when I started, I would save my money, and then I would come home, and there was a little studio up on Franklin Avenue. Can't remember the name of it, but I would buy time, and then they had a 24 track machine. It wasn't elaborate or nothing, but I wanted to start learning how to make records, and only way you can learn is you had to cut some, fuck up a lot of tape, because, and I was trying to put like 10 songs on that 2-inch tape, but that was the only way to really learn how to record. And out of those sessions, believe it or not, only song that came out of those sessions that was kept, came out, it's the original recording in those sessions came out of that Franklin Avenue sessions was I Want My Girl.
Yeah, it's a great tune. And I
And
did.
and the girl singing on it, Sue Ann, played a big hand in helping me because I just was like, oh, I don't know what, I can't sing and I don't sound good, right? And she's like, no, sound like this, do this, go up on this, come in. And it was Suan I owe credit to this day. Suan always has cheerleaded me on helping me to become a better singer and having more confidence about it. So she was like
Why aren't the girls credited on the album? Why aren't they shown on the album anywhere?
what does the I Want My Girl?
Well, yeah, I Want My Girl. There's a couple other ones too.
Suan taught when she mentioned that last year, and I don't even remember. I'm telling you, things were such a whirlwind. It wasn't, it's like I know the ropes now. You do an album and now you know the ropes, because when you're first doing it, there's things that you give people. Like as an example, when I had to do press for the first album, I do press, and I had to go to radio stations. I remember going to KJLH, and I can't remember the program director's name. I think his name was Chris something. And I was standing in there, and I'm doing an interview, and he's like, "Well, why do you have lipstick on?" And I said, "I don't have any lipstick on." He goes, "Yeah, yeah, you do." And I go, "I don't have lipstick on my album cover. What are you talking about?" He go, "Yeah, you do." And he holds up an album. Remember Flats? Remember Flats?
Yeah.
He holds up a flat, and I have lipstick on that flap, and I'm like, yeah, I didn't. They did that. Somebody did that. I didn't wear lipstick, and I went to the record company and lost my mind when I was like, "What the fuck? Motherfucking put." I was so pissed about that shit. But that's how I think a lot of my credits got twisted, because years there's the record after that and then subsequent records. So you knew that they would fuck up shit and miss shit and try to, so you had to really be on top of that stuff. And I just, when you got to remember, it's my first record, a lot of things were just didn't happen the way that they were supposed to happen. But getting back to that record, it was very, very scary, because when I had to fight with A&M, because they wanted to put me with a producer. And I was like, no, no, no. I already produce records, and I know no one's going to produce me better than me, and blah, 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 blah. And they was really wanted producers. Because I remember when Prince, this is Prince telling me, this isn't some made up bullshit that I heard. This is Prince telling me. He told me when he did his first album, it didn't sell that well or something.
Yeah.
And it scared him. He said it scared the living daylights out of him, because he thought he was going to get dropped. This is not me making up shit. I used to stay at Prince's house for weeks. Um, and he said he got really scared, because he thought he was going to get dropped. He thought he was going to get dropped. And luckily, it was in them days where they actually developed artists. It's not like now when you sell 300,000 records, they're like, get out. But his record, the first record wasn't a success like that. So when he did the second album, believe it or not, I don't know if you know this. Did you know that they hired Ray Parker Jr. to be the producer for the second album? Did you know
I
that?
I had heard rumor about that, and there was somebody else too who was
No, no, no. It was Ray Parker Jr. And Prince and Ray Parker have always been close. They've always been like really tight. They've always been like really close. And I didn't know why, but I learned when he was telling me Ray Parker was supposed to produce the album. This is Ray Parker Jr. telling me. This isn't something I read or some third party. No, Ray told me when he heard Prince's he heard what he had recorded so far, which I actually own all those demos. It's like the album that but it has a beatbox on it and all these different things. But he played him what he had done, and Ray said, "Man, you don't need no producer. Just keep doing what you're doing." And I thought that was so beautiful and so
mm,
respectful, because he could have just been the guy on the record and just as a producer, but really not had to do anything, because Prince by then knew what the fuck he was doing. So um uh and so that's why I fought to not have a producer. I'm like, no, 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 no. And then I have all the articles that came out for that record, because people didn't understand what I was doing. But at that time, if you go back and look at that time, for some reason in my brain, I keep thinking that record came out in 84. And it must have been because I did it in 84 or something. And it came out,
February
you
11th.
know,
So I mean, it's just on the other side. So
yeah, but I did do it in 84. That's why in my brain I keep thinking it came out in 84. But I when I did the record, I fought really hard to do it myself. And then I'm in electro, you have all these, it's just an honor when you wake up and you're in Rolling Stone, you're an electronic musician, you're all these different
yeah,
things. But what they were saying, they didn't understand what I was doing. So at that time, if you go listen to the records that people were doing back then at that time, they're big productions. They got orchestras and this and that. Jam and Lewis had all that on their thing, because everybody was like, trying to copy Quincy's shit. So I purposely didn't put all that on my record. I purposely left the record. I wanted it to be sparse, because I wanted it to be I wanted the note, because when you have more room on a
so,
song, the
so
notes develop,
yeah,
and so
absolutely.
you can hear everything better. But when the album came out, Electronic Musician, said, oh no, he's like, yeah, he's talented, but he missed it this time around. The record's too underproduced. Everybody kept saying that word, underproduced. But that's what it was on purpose, and they didn't get it. And after I did that, then records did start to get more sparse again.
Well, and I have a question too, because I think that was one of the reasons why this album has really kind of stood the test of time, is because it wasn't only the rawness of it, but you could feel the fun. Everything was there. And we're going to talk about this album track by track, because I really want to dig into some of these songs because they're just so fantastic. But I need to know this. I know Brown Mark went to great depths to kind of keep Maserati quiet when he was putting that together, so he could just kind of simply work on the project on his own without Prince's involvement. Was Jesse Johnson's Revue also kept quiet, or did Prince ever, find out beforehand and try to inject himself into your?
No, not at all, because I was quitting anyway. Whether I had a deal or not, I was done. I was through. I was
Yeah,
because I was just too I wrote really giant songs in this shit, and I was just too broke, and I was like, nah, I can't even. I was so broke I couldn't even pay attention, so I was like, nah, I'm good. I was gonna find something to do else to do anyway. But the truth of the matter is, it's weird how people get confidence confused with um like a person being braggadocious. I never bragged about anything, but I've always been confident. And then I remember reading in somebody's book, one of those guys from the Prince's band writing a book, and said Jesse had this massive ego, which I don't know how he could say that, because I never knew any of these motherfuckers. I never talked to them or nothing. Only
yeah,
person in that band that I was ever really cool to, because she was an absolute sweetheart, and she's still a sweetheart to me to this day, is Lisa. I was cool with Lisa, but I didn't talk to Matt, Bobby, whoever the fuck. I didn't talk to any of those guys. And I knew the guy you just mentioned, I knew him way before he ever was in that band or anything like that. The Brown Mark, I knew Mark Brown way before it. But no, 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 I didn't. I knew the day that I was quitting. The day that I was quitting, we were in Florida and we were shooting. We shot a bunch of videos in one day. We shot The Walk. Prince shot Little Red Corvette and something else. He shot something else. We just shot a bunch of videos in one day. And I knew that day, I was like, man, fuck this. And I remember jumping off a stage after one of the video, and the video wrapped, and say, I'm done. I'm done. Jamie Shoup, our manager, who I'm still really close to this day, thank God. She was a godsend for us all. She was the sense of reason. And she said, come here, Jesse, come here. I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. And she broke this psychology down to me. That she said, you know what? You stay in this for 3 albums, and you'll be able to do anything you want to do, because you actually have that level of talent. And I was good. And I think that would have been the second album that I was done. And she said, no, you stay in this thing. And she talked to me, and she talked me into staying that day. We were somewhere in Florida, and I stayed. And then when we did Ice Cream Castle, I worked really hard on that record. I worked very, very hard on that record, because when I left, some stuff went down. It wasn't kosher at all. It is what it is now. But my name was taken off the album as producer. My name was taken off the album for songs that I actually wrote, and I was miscredited on things. And there's a Sheila E. The very first pressing of Sheila. If you have the very first pressing of Sheila E., look at Shortberry Straw Cake. You'll see my name on it as a writer. But
yep,
the second pressing, it's not on there. See, stuff like that. I don't care what the case may be. You and I might, if we wrote some dope shit together and it blew up, and then we don't work together anymore, I can't take your name off of something that you actually did. I shouldn't. It would be bad of me to do that, of whatever, whatnot. But all of that stuff I'm not mentioning it as as with the feelings that I had for it back then, but at the same time, I'm dealing with all that stuff today in a legal form right now as we speak. And
yeah,
I believe that's one of the things that kind of made me since the first of the year to today, made me just physically ill. I just All this stuff is just wears on you. But
yeah.
because I was talking to someone yesterday, and I said in the campaign for my record, I'm giving away. my all my gold and platinum Grammys, whatever I have. I said I'm making it part of the campaign. It's like you can't do that. I said, man, I don't. None of that stuff. I mean, I know what I've done. As long as I know, I'm fine. I know what I've done. I know what I've accomplished. I do. I do. Good or bad. I don't hide. Don't airbrush anything. And I'm just, you know, the fact that you have me on here talking about something that you did 40 years ago. How many people, you know, people don't realize how fortunate I do. Every day I wake up, I realize how fortunate I've been in life because all I ever wanted to do was play guitar in a bar band. I far surpassed that. So
Yeah. This, I mean, let's talk about the album. First, let's talk about this album cover. This is Alan's work mixed with some artistic.
no,
Uh,
that's all Alan. That's all Alan Bolio.
all Alan.
No. You're right. They did that what do you call it? A negative kind of thing to it.
Yeah. So
They
that.
did that because I think I've always and still do have body some I didn't know there was a name for it, but I think I have like body dysmorphia. So every one of my pictures, I'm always trying to fuck the picture up. Or when I sign people stuff, I sign it right on my face and they get mad. But I just didn't like seeing my face on the cover, to be honest with you. I really didn't.
I think I have something autographed by you, and I think you did the same thing. You put it over your face. The back cover is iconic as well. I mean, the back cover is sleek, showing the track list, very 80s photos of the band member. First off, before we start this too, how much of the album did these artists actually play, or is this album essentially all of you with a few exceptions, like similar to like a Dirty Mind situation where you're just kind of just showing a band for the sake of showing?
No, that there's nobody else on that record. I'm the only one on that record. But I just didn't want wasn't trying to I just didn't want to push that because I don't really like and I really don't like records like that that sound like that now. I don't like records that sound like that. It's like some people like you know who Junie Morrison is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, from
Junie Moore, yeah, from the original players, Ohio players.
yes,
But Junie
right.
Morrison would do a record. You didn't know it was just him because how he played the drums, the bass, the keys. It doesn't sound like one person. And I never like albums that one person does and it sounds like even as much as I love Jimi Hendrix. I don't like the songs that he played bass on because he's not playing them like a bass player. He's playing them kind of like how most guitar players play bass. And so I love the songs where Billy's playing or Noel is playing. I like that much better. But I just don't like records that sound like one person.
Yeah,
Just something about that just ews, just is ew
yeah,
to me.
yeah, and I totally get it. But it's kind of interesting that you have these players listed on here. That is Tim Bradley, Virgo, keyboards and vocals. Then you have Mark Cardenas and
That's Mark Cardenas. My
Cardenas,
man Mark. Yeah,
Card-
his mom was so sweet.
Aquarius. Also, I should know that too. He's been on the show. Because I got a chance to interview him for last year for the 40th anniversary of Ice Cream Castle, and he's still out and about. He has, matter of fact, he has this album right here, which is called 206 Rib Shack, and he actually plays with this. Not big on this one, but yeah, it's actually pretty good. It's got a very time like feel to it.
Yeah,
Uh,
I always liked Mark. He was really nice guy. And he was really a calm guy, a really sweet guy, but his mom was just adorable. His mom was Russian, didn't speak very much English, but every time she would come visit us, she would bring us like Russian dishes. She was so sweet, so adorable.
So, and then of course, a lot of people don't know this too. He was also in Purple Rain because, as you know, with the big shakeup I'm telling those people
Yeah,
who,
I hired them. I hired them and rehearsed them. I hired all three of them, him, Jerry Hubbard, and Paul Peterson.
yeah, they're just, it was fantastic to have all of them for that. And then,
Because Morris was like, we were so upset when Prince fired Terry and Jimmy. We were so fucked up, and Morris just said, "Man, deal with that shit," and Morris just disappeared. So when Morris came around, when Morris finally came to rehearsal, because he didn't come to rehearsal until I called him, and I called him like a month or so, and after a month or so, said, "Come in, I think it's cool," and he did. He came in after a month, and everything was done. He didn't. He wasn't because it was real depressing for him and myself as well. But it really hit him really badly when Prince fired Morris's band members, which he didn't. That
That's
was
all.
out of line.
Very good. Michael Baker, Leo, guitar and vocals. And he's actually done work. He's been on an Al Green album, and of course the Tamara and the Scene albums, obviously, as you know.
Who Michael Baker was?
Yeah, that's what he's got it listed on his Discogs.
Wow, I didn't know that. That good for him.
Yeah. So, and then of course, who's next on this? Bobby Vandell, Aquarius, drums, smoking that cigarette, looking all business. And he was the original drummer for Dr. Mambo's Combo, wasn't he?
I don't know anything about that band. I don't know. I used to go watch Bobby in a band, and Bonnie Raitt's brother, Steve Raitt. They had a band. It was Ricky Peterson, Melanie Rodriguez, I think her name was. But they had a great band called the Twin City Jammers. And every time if I was off on a Tuesday or Thursday, whatever night they were playing, I would go see them every night. They were so smoking, they were killing. And Bobby was the drummer. That's how I got to know Bobby Vandell.
Yeah. And of course, we all know this gentleman, the one and only Hubbard. Woot woot.
He's in my band now.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up because
he's in the band right now. I'm so excited about that.
Oh my God. It's going to be fantastic. Then on the inside, of course, has you with this super sweet pink vest, pink pants, pink guitar. I'm assuming that the clock hanging on the chain is from a pillar. Is that a nod to the time, or is it just decoration?
I have no idea. I don't know what frame of mind I was in. I'm telling you, I'm just telling you, when you're doing that, when that's your first run, man, you're just like, whatever, get it over with. Oh, geez. Plus, I just hate taking pictures anyway. So I just was like, and Al Bolio's always been like the sweetest human being, just the sweetest human being. And when I met his mother, then I knew why he was such a sweet human being. His mom was just such a darling.
And I've shown this to you. You've seen this before. Funkatopians all know about this photo of me with my late grandmother. It was a time in my life when I was obsessed with all things Jesse Johnson, all things you. And I even took it as far to making sure I had the pink suit and the thin tie. I think this picture's from
I saw that picture. From the last time we talked.
Yeah, 1986. And I just will never pull off pink like Jesse. But I'm thinking, I think I'm more stylized towards Mark. If you look
Mark Cardenas. Mark was always put. It's funny. Mark had a brother, and they look so much alike. They could have been twins.
That's just ridiculous. Anyways, another question here about the album insert, and I was curious about this. I'm going to pull this up. This is from the album insert. Obviously, you got all the thank yous in there, but tucked in between Morris Day and it says you're thanking everybody for various things, and you say Terry L. and you say Attic. You're thinking
attic.
It says Terry.
Oh, I used to live in his attic.
Oh, okay. I was like,
what happened is that I didn't really people don't know the story. When I came to Minneapolis, I didn't know anybody, and so I was living at the what's this thing? You know, the YMCA. Mm-hmm. I used to live at the YMCA, so I didn't know anybody when I went there. So the YMCA was brand new downtown. It was beautiful, and I used to live there. So I would go out during the day, and I would pull those things off the board. You know, the people are looking for bands, because you remember there's no internet, none of that stuff. Right. So it's like you see the thing that's hanging off the telephone pole. People are looking for groups. They're looking for guitar players, blah, blah, blah. So I would tear those off, and then you'd be at a payphone calling people. But every time I would go walking downtown and stuff, people thought I was somebody famous or something. And I was like, no, I'm not.
No.
Are you related to? Because that's why I didn't know who Prince was. I didn't know who any of them were. Or the people used to ask me, are you related to him? And I don't know. I don't even know who the fuck that is. But they would always ask me all that shit.
All right. The track list on this album is Be Your Man, I Want My Girl, She Won't Let Go, Just Too Much, Let's Have Some Fun, Can You Help Me, Special Love, and then She's It All. Were there any songs that ended up on the cutting room floor that were being considered for this, or this like?
I know, tell you come. No, that was the early days. So no, you were cutting for your life. You,
Take it
you
whatever.
were cutting for life, so you wasn't cutting no extras. What you cut was what you cut.
So, I mean, it's one of the things I love about this album is that there's no mystery about the content. It's like every song is about a girl, every one. The first two is about
Really?
the first two are about wanting a girl badly, Be Your Man, and I Want My Girl. The next
Mhm.
two are about how she's more overbearing than you expected.
What song is that she's overbearing? What song?
She won't let go and Just Too Much.
Oh, that's
And
because
then
my girlfriend used to she used to mess with me all the time about I would be at Prince's house for, like I said, for weeks. I'd go like I gotta go out there da 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 with Prince, and then I'd go out to Prince's house and I'd be out there for like a whole week. I'd be out there from Monday to Friday or something, and I'd be like, oh, I gotta go home, get some more clothes, and blah blah blah, and come back. But she was so, oh, she used to be pissed about that, and she used to be. Then one time she said this stupid shit to me. She goes, it's like you guys are having an affair. And I literally said, bitch, if you learn how to make records, I'll come hang with you too. Fuck off. And I went right back out there. And then finally, she just showed up out there because I think she just thought we were up to some nefarious shit, but we were not at all. And we just were nuts for music. And I had all this vinyl and I turned him onto a bunch of shit he didn't know anything about.
yeah, it's okay, but this continues though. The next two songs, You're Back on the Prowl, Let's Have Some Fun, and Can You Help Me? And then you close out with two songs that put her on a pedestal, which is Special Love and She's a Doll. Every
Yeah,
single
but no, but here's a difference. Here's like, check this out. It's like I wasn't on the prowl at all because my thing was like I Prince had the lust shit locked in. He had the lust shit locked in. Morris is over here and he's strongly both of them extremely successful. Having Morris got the pimp, I'm the player shit. I'm getting the girl. It ain't no problem. I'll go. My shit was so I had to find a thing for a niche for me, and I did. And mine was vulnerability, and it was love. Mine wasn't lust. It was vulnerability and lust. As a matter of fact, nympho was all. It wasn't like, oh, I'm so in, we're doing this. It was like, oh, she's a nympho, and she was scaring me. If you listen to the lyrics, I'm like fucking terrified of her. So my thing, I had to find a niche that wouldn't be copying what these two guys already have locked up. They got that shit. They got that territory locked up. And so I had to, my thing was like, just do how you actually are. My thing actually in life, if I'm dealing with a chick, it's based on love. It's not based on, I go out, even in my day now, I go out with too many beautiful, or I'm around, I should say, too many beautiful women for it to be based on, on lust. Cause still don't I don't hit on women or anything. I don't like, hey baby, what's your name? Are you kidding me? When I'm out with these hit it and quit it dates that I've done with DJ Quick, man, it's wall to wall women. But you don't see me around and I just do my thing and bone out. Cause I'm just like, that's really not, I was never in it for that. Cause I have people ask me to this day, man, I know when y'all are out there, y'all had all these girls. And the biggest thing I get hit with, I'll be at the guitar repair shop and they go, oh man, yeah, my man, I know you was like so much blow and this and that. And I just have to look at them and say, I've never done drugs in my life, man. Never. And they just don't. I just I'm from such a small little town. I'm from right across the bridge from where Ashton Kutcher is from Rock Island, and he's
man.
from. I'm not. I'm from such a small thing, man, and we were just where I'm from. Most of the kids that grew up with me, they were scared of drugs, man.
Yeah, I mean, and it just depends on what circles that you got involved in. Some people went down that route. Other people
Oh
just
no, I didn't say I wasn't around. Are you kidding me? That's how I got good. I had to play with the drug addicts and the alcoholics. They were the dopest cats around, and they were all a lot older than me. But no, I was around all that shit. I just wasn't for me. Because my mother did a great job scaring me about all that stuff.
oh yeah, that's the trick, isn't it? Yeah.
And plus, I'm just way too, I don't want to say cheap, but way too frugal too. waste money. I just never, it never made money to me. You can spend thousands of dollars and there's nothing that you can sell afterwards.
Right.
I just wasn't for me.
All right, let's break down these tracks one by one. I have a few questions for each song, but some of the direct questions that I've been getting from some of the fans and whatnot are wanting to know about the equipment that you used in guitars and synthesizers and stuff. So if you can remember that stuff, that's cool. Also, just to let you guys know, I'm not ignoring your questions. I'm starring them so we can ask them later, or I can insert them where they're appropriate. But I know a lot of your questions are not Jesse Johnson's review questions, so we're going to kind of wait on those. But I will say those. So let's start. Let's start with this one. So let me just start this opening track. I need to know. Everything in this is perfect across the board. I mean, but the drums and the bass are paramount. Which came first when you were recording this song, the drums or the bass? I mean, it's so iconic.
I wish I could sign on. I wish I could be all sound and all genius. Yeah, I was sitting at the piano. No, it wasn't anything like that. That was an LM1 drum machine. It's a Lynn LM1, the first. That's an LM1 drum machine, and then the bass was a bass I rented. Those basses that they don't have a head or really a body. They call it Steinberger or something.
Yeah.
Was that I didn't even own that bass. I was too poor to own that bass. I rented that bass for a day and recorded that with it and took it back. But no, I didn't. And then the synthesizers it's a Oberheim OB8. The early OB8, and the strings are an ARP string ensemble if there's strings on it. That was it.
Now, this is being recorded. Is this on a Soundcraft board? Is that what I remember?
It's called a Soundcraft B3. It's the same board that Prince did Purple Rain on that board. He did the second Time album. He did Ice Cream Castle was cut on that board. So it's Ice Cream Castle. He did the Vanity 6 album on that board. He did 1999 on that album, on that board rather. He did 1999 was on that board. And that board today is in pristine condition, all redone, and it's owned by John McClain. It's sitting upstairs on the second floor at John McClain's studio.
Now, Michael Bland, when he was on last week, and he's actually in the green room too, but he was asking, he had heard some rumor that I know it's a rumor. I don't even know why it's coming out of my mouth, that you bribed the housekeeper, Prince's housekeeper, so that you could get into his house and record on his equipment.
No, whoever said that should be slapped amongst the head and neck area with a dead carp. I lived at Prince's house when I was staying at Prince's house off and on, but when we wrapped Purple Rain,
right, I
asked Prince, can I stay at your house and record while you're gone? And he was gone for like a month, and he was like, yeah. And I was like, oh my God. He fucking said yeah. But little did I know, when he said yes, I didn't know he took everything out the fucking studio.
Yeah.
So all of the dope ass outboard gear, all of the great reverbs, everything was gone. It was just a tape machine and a board. And so he believed a lot of, I wish he would have just asked me, but he believed that my first album was cut at his house. And my first album was not cut at his house. It was one song on the record that I recorded at his house. Believe it or not, you'll never guess what song it was, because I had to rent a reverb and I could never get the sound that I got at his house because he took all the outboard gear, compressors, everything's gone. But I had to rent this reverb, and it gave me this gated kind of sound on the kick and snare. What is that song called? Nympho. That's the only song I recorded out there. And so all of that rumor shit and Prince didn't have a housekeeper anyway. And if he did, I sure never saw any. It was just us out there housekeeping.
Yeah. So you keep referencing this.
He had no fucking housekeeper.
The song Nympho. Is it called something else?
Oh, she won't let go. I'm
Won't let
sorry.
go. No, she won't let go. Okay. Yeah, because it's interesting because you kept saying that. And when I was trying to do some quick research and Chat GPT had put out the track list and it had Nympho as the title. And I was like, that's not right. And I'm looking at the album and yeah, so she won't.
And the reason why that's the only song in all that time I was there, you're like, well, you were there for weeks. That was the only song you recorded. Yeah, because I didn't know what I was doing. So I was recording stuff, trying to learn how to record. Because I would watch what he did. And the reason, and that was the reason why when we came to LA to do, we finished, we finished everything. I don't know. I didn't understand why we would come here to finish things. I understand earlier when he used to do it because Prince had a tape machine it was a 16 track tape machine, but it had a 24 track head on it. So he would do 16 tracks at his house and then always come to LA and finish. But we did we just Ice Cream Castle wasn't recorded in Minneapolis. It actually was recorded at Sunset Sound because Moore's playing live drums and all that stuff. It was recorded live there. It was recorded live at Sunset Sound. But everything else we recorded at Princess Spot in Minneapolis. But the reason why a lot of that the reason why I only have that one song that I did at his house because I rented gear and I was poor, so I had to keep taking that shit back. And then I wasn't out there like making a record. I was just really honest to God learning how to pull up a kick drum and I was learning how to EQ it. I was learning how to it wasn't the thing like kids now today, folks today have YouTube and all that. We didn't have any, you gotta remember you just everything was by ear. So you would bring up a kick drum and then you're like messing with the EQ, you're not knowing what the hell you're doing. Then you're looking at levels. I taught myself. I really honestly taught myself. And that's what I was doing there because when I was there with Prince recording, he would have everything patched in all the time. So the sound this way and sound that way. I mean, there was no drum machines or any of that shit there. I had to go rent. I was renting machines like every other day. And that's fact. But I was really trying to learn. I was doing what I learned how to do, was learn how to make records. Because Prince wasn't a person that you could go. Like one time I asked him, we were mixing Ice Cream Castle record. And he said, Peggy, which was a brilliant engineer at Sunset Sound, Peggy McCleary, he said, Peggy patched the 1176 onto the kick drum. And I was sitting on the couch by the console and I said, Prince, what does that do? And he's like, don't worry about that. I was like, okay. I never asked the question ever again. Then I just looked and watched and logged it in my head because it was almost like as if he didn't want you to know anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, that was the same. They were telling the story about when they first went and did that first production and they were like bumping up all the levels on the board because that's what Prince did. But there was pieces of that they didn't understand.
Yeah, but see, here's a difference. Here's a difference though. See, I was smarter than that because Prince was great. Prince was great at what he did, no doubt. I mean, he was absolute great at what he did. Nobody could ever fuck with him doing him. But that wasn't what I did. I wasn't trying to be him or anybody else. So when I came to LA and we were doing Ice Cream Castle, who's sitting to my right while I'm doing the solo on Jungle Love? And I'm not even playing this. I'm playing the solo. If you listen to the solo on Jungle Love, you don't even think I can play that well because I knew that no one's going to hear that shit. He's going to turn it down so low and blah, blah, blah. But sitting next to me is Foster Silvers. And Foster's there to pick me up and take me to Leon Silver's studio. So I'm sitting there playing the solo. Dun, dun, and I just play anything. And Peggy's like, "That's what you want to do, is that?" And then I played. Then I went to the next track while Foster is sitting next to me. I'm doing the BB King stuff on "If the Kid." I'm just playing all that shit, and then I just leave. But when I go over to their studio, there's a guitar there with one E string. The little E is broke off. But I played that guitar part on Dead Giveaway that goes I played that shit. I played the guitar on that song. And then and what I ended up doing, I went to Wally Hyder one night with Leon Silvers, and everybody was gone, just Leon Silvers there. And I played on an entire Joyce Kennedy record that he produced. And the reason why I was doing all that shit and working with all these other engineers, because Prince makes records one way. These other engineers make records a whole different way, and they all were. And I wanted to work with. And what I tried to do was work with all of the baddest cats there was. And Leon Silvers was fucking brilliant. I
Silver's.
mean,
Oh my
so
god.
that solar sound shit, that's all Leon. Leon was no joke, and he was really hard. It was really hard to record with him because he takes the part that you're playing and he brings it way out of the song, and I can't play like that, but I had to that day. I he was like, asked me to play on something, and I played on the Joyce Kennedy thing. Then he would go, man, I want you to play on another thing. You cool? You cool? I'm like, I'm cool. And I did all that shit for free because I wanted to work with a cat that brilliant. And Leon Silvers is, they don't come any more brilliant than that. They don't come any. I mean, the bass line on Misdemeanor, he's playing all that. He's just a bad dude. So so that was a difference. I think that made a difference for me is that I worked with a lot of great engineers and learned a lot of stuff from them. And one of the main ones was Keith Cohen. He had just came from Manhattan Transfer, and he had worked on, nobody would give him a shot on R&B, and that's who what did he mix? He mixed Love Struck. He mixed the record that has Love Struck on it.
Oh, nice.
And I just was like, and I was like giving shots to people, but he was a bad dude. And what reason why I stopped mixing my records, because when I would write a song, when I would after the review album, shit started getting real serious because now you got to keep that, you got to come up with the jam. And so I remember
Yeah.
writing Love Struck, and I remember writing Love because Steve Hodge, I think my album that had Crazy on it, I can't remember I just don't remember what I think. See, I think that song is on Shockadelica, but I
Yeah.
think Love Struck is the album's called Every Shade of Love. I'm not sure. I just
Yeah.
can't
No,
remember all that stuff.
yeah. Yeah. Love Struck
But
is Every Shade of Love. This one here. Yeah.
but Steve Hodge mixed Shockadelica, which was Crazy, has a Crazy, and he mixed that here in LA at Larrabee. And so did Keith Cohen mixed Love Struck, because what I had to do is not have an ego when it came to your records, because I would be in the studio. When I finished Love Struck, I would play Guy. I'd take a cassette and I'd put Guy. I put all the hottest shit, like 3 or 4 songs hot, and then I would take my thing, which wasn't mastered or mixed, but I would turn it up loud so that the levels would match more like it was mastered. But then I would put 2, 3 hot things after it. And when those 3 hot, Groove Me and all that shit come by. And then if Love Struck comes on and that shit's hanging, then I'm like, I'm on to something. I'm on to something. I'm on to something. And that's what I would do. I would try to be my worst critic before it ever got to the public and really try to work hard. But no, I work with a lot of different engineers because I wasn't trying to make records the way Prince makes records, because that's what works for him. But what I learned a lot of invaluable stuff being around him and watching him make records, no doubt. Because to this day I still use a U47 big tube microphone because it raises because he was singing a lot of falsetto, but it raises the bass part of your voice. It's one of the greatest mics. If you're a falsetto singer, it just raises the bottom end on your voice and all that. And then it's the Teletronics LA28. That's why I know all that shit. But I walked away with some great, 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 great knowledge that I would have never known had I not went in the studio with this dude. But when the first time I went in the studio to do Bite to Beat, that's when everything happened for me, because I was always thinking a studio had to be millions and millions of dollars. And I walked into his house and went downstairs. He was recording on some straight bullshit.
Yeah.
Dude, he was recording on that board he had. You could hold it in your hands. It was just garbage. And then the machine and the speakers were straight some bullshit, but it taught me something valuable that day. It ain't the gear.
It's
It's what knowing what the fuck you doing, because he had done that second record on
right.
that shit. Like, no, it's about knowing what the fuck you're doing. It ain't the gear. It's not the gear. So it's knowing what you're doing and the song. And you got great songs, and you know how to get that shit to the finish line. But no, that the record that we're celebrating now, that in all honesty, I was just purely lucky, and the planets were in a line, because I really didn't know. I had done that before, so I luckily was around Prince and Morris enough in the studio working on stuff to know what was bad or what was good. And so by the time I got to I think the first song I cut, I already had I Want My Girl. but I didn't think that was going to be on the record because I didn't think it was that good, to be honest. But luckily, I had that. I understand the whole what's the Chinese proverb? Empty your cup. You got to empty your cup to be able to taste another's tea. And so when people would say, man, that song is really nice, man. You need to put that on the thing. I go, really? Even if I didn't hear it, because you know what song I didn't like at all? It wasn't on the album at all. It was Crazy. Just imagine if I had to listen to myself, that song would even exist. But going back to Be Your Man, Be Your Man, I really liked. Can You Help Me? I swear, man, I wish I could sit here and sound like
Well,
a
what about,
genius or something. I didn't know those songs were good. I really honestly
which is
did
shocking
not.
to me because, as I said when I first started this, it's like back in those days,
Mhm.
we didn't have Spotify. You went to the record store and you picked up something, and you hoped that there was at least some similar grooves that were aligning with whatever the radio single was off that album, and you just hoped that it was good. And Jesse Johnson's Revue, there is not a weak song on the album. So it's like completely blows my mind that you were like shocked that that it was received. I mean, the second track.
But that's how history is. When you're making it, you don't know that. You don't know it. You don't know you're making any kind of history. You're just living in that moment, and when you're flying by the seat of your pants, especially for the first time, you got to remember I'd never been out of the U.S. the whole time. In the time, never left the U.S. I never went and played abroad until I did that record we're talking about.
I Want My Girl. I mean, it's just unbelievable. These songs were just so perfectly crafted. So if it was truly a perfect storm,
I swear to God, I just and a lot of my songs, even to this day, I write them on guitar, and then I just wish I could just do them like that, just guitar and vocals, because that's how I really compose music.
and of course the vocals on this, and I'll hold up. I didn't mention it because we were some people might be listening audio only, but I have 2 Sue Ann albums here. We got Blue Velvet. I would love to get her on the show. Hey Sue.
Yeah, Sue, you should get Sue on there, man.
Man, Sue is amazing, and this is her on the background vocals. We talked about the fact that the background vocals were really credited.
Yeah, you talk about a track record. When people think I'm lying because they don't know, they may not know who she is. I'm like, she's on more hits than Prince, Michael Jackson, and me, and everybody else put together. She's singing on more shit than people will know. She's on all that Celine Dion, Tony Braxton, everything Diane Warren damn near has done. That's her backgrounds, and she sang the lead on the demo. If you heard the demo, you wouldn't believe it. Brandy, Celine, Tony, they never changed a note. She sang those songs exactly like how they're singing them.
Wow, yeah.
First.
I know. I mean, I know a lot of her stuff, but most of the stuff, my introduction to her was through you. So because obviously she was really, really big up in Minneapolis during that whole. It's just
Oh yeah, on the local scene, she was really. When I got there, came there in '81. She was like she was so well known there. It was crazy.
Man, just unbelievable. All right, what's the next song on here? Oh, well, okay. Yeah, we know about this one too. The next track on this album is She Won't Let Go. And what do you remember? What do you remember about this song, if anything?
Please, I don't remember anything about this song. Not how to play it, not anything. I used to come out on tour when I went on my first tour. That's the song I used to come out on. Because your first song, when you first walk on stage, I don't know if you noticed, but the first song is kind of a sacrifice. Did you know that?
No, I because whenever we performed, I never went out that way. I was kind of felt like
no, because the reason why it's a sacrifice, because you sound check, and do all that shit and get all the levels, hear everything good. But when people come in and they have clothes, they got wool sweater on, the sound changes drastically. So you don't want to do your hottest song first. You gotta you gotta go and kind of sacrifice the first song till they get things together. As you're playing it, they're adjusting and making changes here. Then by the time you get to the end of the song, everything's cool. But you can't go out with then it's smooth sailing on. But that's why, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So,
it. You have to sacrifice your first song.
so this song was never, was this song a sacrifice for you? Or do you even remember even playing?
She Let Go. Yeah, I used to play that. I used to come out on that song. It was the first song and when I went on the tour for that record. That was the first song I played. That's the first song we played.
Well, here's your part.
And I loved it. I loved it because it was just it has an attitude, and then live it had even a bigger attitude. And oh, it sounds cool hearing it. I haven't heard it for 1,000 years. I swear to God, I haven't heard it forever.
So so I got to talk about this next song too, because let me just say this song right here, it's the last song on side 1 of Jesse Johnson's Revue. And I just have to say, let me just say this. I'll say it like this. That bass line. I mean, holy cow.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that. The reason why I was able to play that on the bass like that, because I had learned this thing from Prince. He had really super light strings on his bass, and he had his strings low. Like his bass was like a guitar almost. And so when I bought a bass, I set it up just like that with the same light gauge. Because I when I try to do that on a bass today, I can't.
Why? Is it that drastically different?
Drastically different. It's like this other bass player, I think he played in New Power or something. His name is Josh. His bass is set up like that. He's got his the way his bass is set up is really cool. It's easy to play, especially if you're jumping off of a guitar onto bass. His bass is really nice too. But yeah, Prince always had his strings really low and had really light strings on it. And the neck on his jazz bass. And jazz has a tiny, tiny neck as opposed to a precision. And playing with Pino Palladino, he got a bass from 61, and the strings are so hard on it, you have to go to the hospital if you play. I don't know how he can kill in the bass like that. And his bass strings are like, and it's the same bass strings, I think, that his bass strings are like 30 years old on that bass. When you see him playing that Sunburst 61, because he's a James Jamerson fanatic, and Pino ain't no joke. His son is Rocco, ain't no joke. It's like I've been around some really dope ass musicians, and I picked up is a lot of things playing with different people, man. It's been really a great journey.
I don't know if you're going to be able to hear this or not. Let me see if you can. This part always cracks me up about Just Too Much.
Oh, please stop that. That is so corny to me. It's so embarrassing to hear that. I was embarrassed listening to that in my house by myself.
I'm sorry. Is it really that weird for you?
Huh?
Is it really?
Oh, it always is weird if I hear myself talking, because I was trying to talk all cute and shit.
Yeah,
I was trying to make sure girls like me. I didn't care what dudes thought. So if you would have said, "Hey, man, that's corny," I'd have been like, "I don't give a fuck what you think. What does your girlfriend think?" That's what I would have said.
And again, because the girls are not credited on this, I was always curious.
Which girl on which song?
Who is that?
Oh, I think that's just one of those records.
Oh, so you just pulled this off of a sound effect thing?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you may have took it to the studio.
No. Yeah.
All right, that's a little disappointing. I'm not gonna lie. All right, let's flip it over. We got side 2 of this album, which is opens up with "Let's Have Some Fun."
That was in a movie too. That song was.
That synth.
Yeah, but guess what's weird about that though? That's two separate bass lines and they're pan hard left and right. And when I did that at that year, 84, it was hard for them to master that. And they wanted me to make it. Could you put the basses in the center? I'm like, no, you don't master it right. You don't master it, but that shit's gotta stay. It was set, it was yeah, I played the bass line twice, but it's separate. It's like pan one side is pan left, one's pan hard right and left. And they were like saying because they couldn't master that. They were like, it's not they don't have the ability to master stereo bass like that at that time. Isn't that crazy? They can do all that shit now, but they couldn't do that then.
Simon Stone says, "What drum machine is this?"
That's Oberheim DMX.
Yeah, that's what Steve said too. Steve 858 said, "Sounds like an Oberheim." Yep, man. So grungy, dude. That stank face when you listen to that. It's just ridiculous. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, more background vocals on. Let me turn this up because I think. Hold on a second. Let me turn this down because I think we had. Yeah, there's 2 clips I wanted to hear because we got background vocals on this from the girls too. I'm assuming this is also Sue-Ann.
That has a guitar solo on it.
Yeah, it has a guitar solo on it.
Wow, I don't remember any of that. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's and that's probably Sue-Ann in the back.
I don't know.
Oh, and of course, this is another favorite part of my song. I hope this one's not embarrassing for you also, but this.
You don't understand. So you sit in all the wrong places. That's all right, because I'm going to take my time. Have lots
Oh yeah, that's embarrassing, but I love it.
Because we're not the only ones.
Horns. So you just don't like to hear yourself talk. I don't think any of us do, especially when we're trying to be sexy.
Oh yeah, trying to be something. I don't know what I was trying to be. But I think my voice sounds like that. My voice still sounds like that. My voice hasn't changed. Like my range, instead of getting lower and couldn't hit notes, my range has actually gotten higher. But I sing more now, and I sing over more chords now than I did before.
Who was the first person to do that? Where you say Hans, and then it goes into a synth?
Oh, that's all James Brown shit. You know, that's
but with keyboard. But he not with keyboard stuff. I mean, it was when he said horn.
I think that's on. Isn't that on the Time record? I could have swore that stuff is on the Time records, but maybe not. But I thought it was. I thought it was from the Time records, but maybe it isn't. Yeah, I was just trying to find some signature stuff because I think I would say when kids were not used to hearing that, like we were, but kids were not used to hearing "Good God," and all that shit and horns. They weren't used to. We were used to hearing that because we listened to James Brown morning, noon, and night. But they were not used to that. So I think people for a long time used to think that was it. They would see me and people would see me. Even now, people see me and they go, "Good God!" I'm like, shut up.
Your signature for me when I listen to your albums is the which is also very James Brown.
Oh yeah, I love that when nobody does that shit like James does. That shit be so in key and so attitude.
Yeah, but you put your own spin on it
because he would do it off the mic. He would do it. He would be near the mic, but he'd be away from the mic, and it would just sound like his shit was just so he was so brilliant. So fucking brilliant. Oh my God. He was just brilliant. That's always when I was working with Sly. That's what I was telling him. Like, well, I was recording with Sly one time, and he was out in the studio, and it was black dark, and I was in the control room, and I was playing bass. This was after we shot the Crazy video. Then we just went in the studio a couple times, and I was playing bass, and he said, he stopped playing everything, and he said. He said, "You know that's my shit." I was playing bass, and I know all of his stuff, man. So I'm on bass, and he plays the bass on a lot of his records. So I'm playing bass on, and he just stopped everything and said, "You know that's my shit. How do you know about my shit like that?" And I was like, "Man, are you crazy? Who you think Prince and me and everybody trying to be, man? We were dressing." I said, "How do you think we had the brims on? We always smelled good and loud because he was known for that." They
Yep.
said he would go into the label and you'd smell him before you ever saw him, and all the women in the thing would be like, "God, he smells so good. Sly is here." Da, da, da. So I'm like, dude, come on. I told him that too, but he said that we were shooting a video too for Crazy. He said, "You know that's my shit." I'm like, "Oh, hello."
Oh my God. Yeah, you
He's
guys.
such a beautiful dude to be around, man. He's like fucking royalty. Oh my God. He just the fact that I still to this day, I don't it's weird now when I'm on a different I'm reaching for something else now with music now. It's not even about money. It's just about I just think people that dig me, to dig the people that I came from and the group that I came from, I just think that they're gonna be so elated when this shit drops because it is like it's where we should have went.
Yeah, I'm so
It's
excited.
where it should have went at the next level. Cause I don't like I wrote a lot of things on that record, but I don't like that record at all. That original 7 record. I don't fucking like that record.
Really? It's
Hell no, I don't
so
like that record at all. I just heard it a few weeks ago or something. No, it was longer than that. It was last year, but I heard it accidentally. I was messing with something in the studio and then saw that it was a folder for it. And I started going through the songs and I don't like that record. And Jimmy always say, "You don't like it because you like Ice Cream Castle because you were so involved." And I'm like, that ain't why I like Ice Cream Castle. I like Ice Cream Castle because that's a dope ass record. Ice Cream Castle was some weird ass shit. Bling, bling, that was just some cool out there space style shit. I loved it. It reminded me of when Beasties had the biggest rap album ever, and then came with a record that had nothing to do with License to Ill with Paul's Boutique. That came with something completely different, and people's like, "You're gonna lose fans." And they said something I've never forgotten, and they said, "That's all right. We'll make new fans." And that's how I feel. If you don't like where I'm going, I'm not coming out, playing a tuba or nothing, but I'm just saying this shit is gonna bump you in a whole different way. And I can't tell you why it's gonna touch you the way it's gonna touch you. I'm just gonna like I was telling you, if you were ever here in LA and I put a set of cans on you and you heard some of this shit, you'd start crying.
I'm looking forward to that day.
But I'm telling you, you won't know why. The songs are, I'm telling you that I did them. I should be like, "Oh, I'm so sick of, man. I put that shit on at late at night. It'd be 2, 3 in the morning. And I go like, "Man, just listen to this. I haven't heard it in a while, in a month or whatever, or 2 or whatever." And I put it on and it just scares me.
Yeah, there's a lot of
And why it scares me, because I just feel like all the time, like I feel this weird urgency to get this shit done and get it out. And everybody's like, "Well, you worked on it for," like, no, I haven't. This was like, what is it, February something? I haven't touched this album all year because if I'm in a funky ass space mentally, I won't do music because I don't want that shit on the music. And whatever your energy is, it gets on the music. So if I'm going through a down period, if I feel mentally down or my energy's fucked up, like I won't work on it. And I've been like in almost, and from the first to now, like in a grieving. I've been in a grieving. So I haven't talked to many people. Only people I've talked to are like legal shit. I've been dealing with that shit. And that shit gives me the blues because it just brings up the past and it brings up a lot of bad memories, but you got to deal with it and you got to handle it. But boy, oh boy, oh boy, it sucks. And so I won't do music while I'm doing that. So I won't. I'm telling you, the energy goes on the music. And if you're happy, and even if you're sad, even if you're heartbroken, and the music, I have a way that I write lyrics that it's not like I have a song and it ends a certain way. Is any man or woman that hears what I say at the end of the song, they're going to relate. They can relate to it because I say it has a lot of truth on it. And people say, how did you come up with the lyrics? And I go, it's some, like I Want My Girl has a lot of truth about whatever the relationship I was in at that time. It's like the girl was like, I was so in love with her, but she was such a bitch and she was so mean and she was just so da da da. And it's like you take a little bit of truth and then you, as a writer, to take truth and then you may embellish it here and there. But a lot of the greatest songs, they got facts in them. They're built off of something real.
Yeah. I mean, and I agree with you on, the process. It's like you need to be in it and, to be able to continue to don't even add on to it if you're not in it at that moment. And I can totally vibe with you as far as what you're saying about Ice Cream Castle, because it was really, and of course, without Ice Cream Castle, we wouldn't have,
What is that? What was that? I can't hear.
That's from, If the Kid Can't Make You Come.
I can't tell what that. He wanted me to sing on. I said, I'm not singing on that shit. He was mad. He was mad at me too. I said, "What the fuck? I look like singing on a song talking about if the kid can't make you come." I'm like, put that shit on your record. And he was like, I need you to sing with Morris and me on that. I'm like, I'm not singing that shit. Y'all can fire me. And I left. I went outside somewhere at Sunset Sound. I was like, I ain't singing on that shit, and I wouldn't, and I didn't.
All right, what we
But
got next?
we played all that shit though. I played drums on that song. That's me on drums on that song.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like you just don't get credited like that. But
what's the other one? The one that doom 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 doom. I think that's Kid. No, I can't remember. All right, let's go back to the album. Can You Help Me? I mean,
who's credited for vocals on there? There's a girl on there.
I don't think you have anybody credited.
Yeah, it should have been a girl. Let me credit her now because that was another thing they didn't put on there. But it's a girl in Minneapolis, a singer. Her name is Jermaine Brooks. That's who's singing with background with me on there.
Yeah, let's see.
I'm sure that's her name, Jermaine Brooks.
Yeah, nobody's credited.
Hi, Jermaine. Sorry about that. It wasn't. I used to fight so hard at that record company. He had a guy there. He used to really take a lot of liberties. I was like wanted to kill that guy every time he touched anything of mine. His name was, I ain't gonna say his name, but he looked like Frank Zappa, so he knows who I'm talking about.
Yeah, and nobody's credited for any of the background vocals on the album, which is unfortunate. But I'm glad that you remember who it was, because I mean,
well, there's not many. There's nobody on that stuff. It's just I think there's somebody on 2 songs. Suan's on one and the same thing, but Suan, yeah, she's on I Want My Girl.
Yeah, this is. I mean, what instruments are you playing on this track that you can recall?
What you mean on Can You Help Me? I'm playing everything on Can You Help Me. You mean what? Synthesizers or something I'm using?
Exactly right. Yeah.
Playing bass, playing a Fender bass. That's the LM1 drum machine, and it's a Oberheim, and it's a string ensemble, art string ensemble, and that's it. I had to use that was the only stuff I had.
It just amazes me because the songs that were such big hits off of this album were such minimalist songs as well, as far as like. But that was the approach that you took on this whole album, was the sparsity.
Yeah, I didn't want it because everybody else's albums were really full and fat with big strings and all that. I didn't want all that. Right. I wanted it. I like the sound. Like if I do a rough mix of something, that's usually how I want the record to sound. I don't want it to. I mean, I got to push it to a certain degree because the new albums, when you hear the new stuff, it sounds phenomenal. And one of the reasons why it sounds phenomenal, because they're recorded like super high def. They're recorded 2496K, and then I hear people all the time go, oh, you don't really hear a difference at 24-bit and 48. I'm like, yeah, you do, because there's an openness on the top end that if you put anything organic on it, you'll hear the difference. So if you put an acoustic guitar or a vocal or a guitar that's the amp is mic, you're gonna hear it's an openness that is not there when you go to 48 or even 88. You 88 point. there is a difference, and I don't care what anybody tells me. And when you dither it down, I really hear it, and I'm not. That's why I'm not doing that. When you buy this shit, you're hearing it the way it's supposed to be heard. Now that everybody's streaming and this and that, you can take the files and make you a CD if you want to go back to 1978. But I'm just saying, I'm not doing that. I am not doing that. I can't. It's like the verbal penetration record. I can't, when I hear it on a CD, it's just sickening to me. It just sounds so bad.
Yeah, that's the only version I have of that is CD. It's
Yeah,
just,
if you heard no, but you can go buy it just digitally where it's not dithered like that, and it sounds way different. It sounds better. It's like D'Angelo's Black Messiah. I was used to hearing it a certain way, and then when we went to Europe right when that came out. We're in Europe, and so we start seeing these. They look like, it was weird. I know you familiar with all this stuff, but it looks like a 45, but it's bigger.
yeah, it's like almost like the old school. What are they? 78s.
78s, but it's not as big as an album. It's smaller than that. But we start seeing all kind of, and then when you hear, and then I bought Black Messiah. There's a company called Hot Tracks or Hot Rocks or something, but they sell all high def versions, and that's what I bought Black Messiah on, because when I heard it on CD, it sounded terrible. But when I heard it on the high def version I bought, play that in the studio, it sounds exactly like when I was sitting there with D recording this stuff.
Yeah, that's just. Are you planning on re-releasing this album or any other albums?
Well, those the Universal did it. If you go look, there's a three they redid the 3 CDs, but I don't think they remastered them. See, I would remaster them, and I would remaster them at high def so that they open up and remaster them from the ground up for where we are now musically, so that the volume and everything of them are. I know I'm re-releasing with that project that's coming out. There's going to be a high def version of Verbal, because I can't. It's another record I can't listen to on CDs. Just sounds. I can't listen to that. And there's going to be a high def remix of Bare My Naked Soul.
Oh, yeah, that would be amazing. I was just listening. My life is still that opening track.
But yeah, that album's gonna be, because and then with the other one, what is it called? The one you just asked me about, the review. The review, I can pull that and remaster that and completely bring that to today, as far as sound and bit rates and how make it much louder and bigger and fuller and all that kind of thing.
All right, we only had 2 more songs left on this album. This next one has always been okay. So I'm a vocalist and I tinker around with instruments, but I don't read music and I don't have like the in-depth knowledge of like equipment and stuff that you do, obviously.
No, I don't. I just push buttons on stuff. I just turn knobs until shit sounds good. Then I'm like, okay.
But this song, Special Love, I don't know what it is about this song, but there's like something. There's something here. It's not just minor chords. There's something else going on. Help me figure out what it is that you think I'm hearing. Hold on. It's like this warbly type of. Is it just that it's like kind of, is it intentionally like just slightly pulled out of key just a little bit to kind of give it that drag effect? What is it that I'm hearing that creates that vibe?
It's just that the vibrato on the bass, one of the vibrato's really slow on purpose. They make it in and out of tune, and then there's one of the sensor like that too. It's just like the vibrato, I have it really slow. So it's like when a singer has a slow vibrato, as they go, to me, they're out of key, and then in key and out of key, it doesn't sound right. It should be a little bit faster. So I wanted it to be really drony and kind of spacey, like how Ice Cream Castle is.
Yeah, it's so good. mean, you're just putting like one banger after another on this album, and you didn't even know it. I still can't fathom this. It's just
I
unreal.
think I have awards for that. I just can't see them now, but I have awards for that, and it's I think I had 4 top songs off of that record.
Man,
Because that's why I kept doing. Because once you buy the album, you have the album. So for you to go, so if they make Be Your Man is the single, and then you put because something I don't remember what the B side was on Be Your Man. I don't think I had one. Whatever it was, I don't remember. But I know once after the single comes out, you purchase the album. So if I drop Can You Help Me as a single, you'll go, why should I buy that? I already got it. Remember, the mix is better. It's got different instruments. It's like louder. It's
yeah.
more rocked out. And you see, you have to change it to give people a reason of why would I go buy that? I already got the album. And then I think one of them, I can't remember which song I put Free World on the B side, but I kept doing those B sides because you had to drive that A side at radio. And it was weird because Free World was a B side, but what people didn't know, the fact that it got all the airplay that it did, it drove that with even though they play the B side, it is still at radio and the numbers, it drives the A side.
Now, Special Love was the B-side to Be Your Man.
Oh, it was okay.
Yeah. So I think that's probably, I mean, such a great track though. Yeah.
That's one of my favorite songs. I just didn't really know at that moment in time, whatever year that was, what is it, 84, 84. So I didn't know chord. I could hear it in my head, but I couldn't play it. And when I tell you, when I say things to you like, oh yeah, I played this and played that, it wasn't because I thought I was good or thought I was talented. I thought I was so cool. It was like you're in Minneapolis, you're not in LA. You can't call there. You're one of the top players in the city. So there is nobody to call because almost all the top players are doing their own thing. You got Prince over here, Jam and Lewis over there, me over here. It's like that's the top players for real. And so I should have had somebody moving the chords. And that's why something when it changes, but then other things don't change. I was like, because I didn't know how to change. And that's what really helped my songwriting when I did a stint with say D'Angelo and then did a stint with Stevie Wonder. Your chord vocabulary gets really crazy. So now you actually know things you didn't know anything about that in correlations and movements. I mean, I rarely ever do a song now that sits in one spot, like Let's Have Some Fun or something. It's like it's weird to me to do a song that isn't moving. It's like it's weird to me to play like the bird. It's weird to play that because it's like I'd go to sleep playing that. And when I played that on that Vertex thing, I didn't listen or practice none of that shit. And I didn't realize that shit was that fast. And I was like, that shit is that oh God, you know.
Yeah.
That's why I have to turn down, like they wanted me to play certain places, man. And I can't play what I need to do, like is you as a ticket buyer and an admirer of what I do. So how unfair would it be? Like I want to go out and play, this album you just played. I want to go play that entire album, but I want to play the songs sounding like how they sound right there. I don't want to change them up. I want to play them just like how they sound, just like how they're recorded and written, right?
Right.
But then I want to play the other stuff, pick other songs and play. But I got with the new shit, I got like 2 albums of brand new stuff that I want to play. So I can't even without those 2 albums and just think of the albums that I already have and Bare Minute Soul and Verbal Penetration. I've never played anything off of Verbal Penetration because the places I go to, I don't fit the format. And what I mean is that the places you only play 65 minutes, and then even the what is it called, the winery, they were talking about 77 minutes. Can't play no show if you got records that people really know. You can't play that shit in 77 minutes. You can't play all that. I want to do Baby Let's Kiss, and all that. You can't, those songs will not fit in that time slot. So that's why when I'm getting calls to play these places, the Yoshis and things like that, I love them joints, but I can't do a proper show. And I feel like when I leave and a show ends, I feel so like shit. I feel like I just cheated people that have traveled from all over the place to hear me play.
Right.
And I didn't even play this. I didn't play that. I can't I want to play stuff off of, Bare My Naked Soul and this and that, and there's not enough time. So I'm planning on when I go out to go out and rather do smaller places, but rather do a rock club. I'd rather do just a regular club and be able to do a 2 hour show, a proper 2 hour show.
That'd be fantastic. And I have heard you play stuff off of Verbal Penetration before. When you were in Atlanta during our ice storm, was it like 30 people there? I think at best that night. But you played.
Well, we should truth be told, we should have never. The person that was doing that gig, that set up that gig, never told us that the city was shut down. We knew nothing. We just got on a plane and flew there. And when we landed, that's when we found out. We should have never been on a plane. We should have never been there. It took us 2 hours to get from the airport to the hotel because the guy got stuck on a street on a hill. He couldn't go backwards. He couldn't go. It was a nightmare. And we should have never been there, period. And I was like really pissed about that.
I sent you that show, didn't I?
The what?
I recorded that show when I was sitting next to D. Who was managing at the time? D. What was her name? Deanna.
Oh yeah, she wasn't managing. I mean, that was her gig, and she should have never had us there. You should have canceled that ASAP because that city falls apart if it snows and ices there.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's really bad.
There was nothing going on. Like I said, it took us forever to get. And the whole city was shut down. That's my point. The place wouldn't have been open that we were supposed to play, shouldn't have been open, and the city was shut down.
Yeah,
everything was closed. Everything was shut down. It was like people didn't know what to do, and I understand because I was there, and it took us. We were stuck on this hill for like 2 hours.
Yeah, I think I remember you telling the story from the stage that
it was so bad.
Whoever was driving the van, you guys were like just sitting in the back, just laughing because you were
knowing. No, the drummer was sitting up front, and he was like, "Man, don't!" He was going off on. He's like, "Man, stop. Keep going forward, man. What are you doing?" Whenever he would hit the brakes, he would go, "What the fuck are you, man? Keep the brakes." It was a nightmare. Everybody lost patience and shit. I was sitting in the back, and I was like, "This is like some Spinal Tap shit right here."
But anyways, I did record that show, and I thought I sent it to you. Nobody has it. Only I have it. And if you
send it to me.
Yeah, I think I sent it. Yeah, somebody was asking where can I hear them. You can't. It was only
because I played a show. I'm going to upload some pieces all week for a minute of some shows. A show I did at Harvell's, and I just ran across that when I told you I ran across the original 7 record. This was like I was skipping through the original 7 records, and it was like,
yeah.
And when I say it wasn't a good album, people think I'm talking about this, that, and the other. I'm talking about the whole thing. Like what really bothers me the most about it is the sound of it. Sounds like shit. I didn't like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
really, I'm a fool about sound, man. I'm like,
oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. You got to be.
I'm a fool about sound. That's like I was just talking to DJ Quick yesterday and was like, how great his records sound like him and Dr. Dre. Like when Dr. Dre puts out the instrumental of the album and you hear how intricate, he would have a reverb open and one little thing, and it's just masterpiece shit.
Yeah.
Incredible. And that's how DJ Quick and I engineers, so we're more than just a producer and musicians and all that shit. We're like he's insane about sound. He's so insane. He's crazy when it comes to sound. That shit is like everything. And that's how I am with this new record. I'm really like, that's why I won't mix it. I'm not gonna mix it. I can cut it and do part, and I got all rigs and stuff set up where I can record 100-watt Marshall, but you don't hear a thing right in my living room. But I'm not mixing. I gotta go into a commercial spot to mix it. That's why it's gotta be. I gotta have that energy in that room and be hearing the stuff like on 1,000 as I'm mixing it. It's like because the R&B thing is all. The rock album's all live drums, and the R&B record is almost all live drums too. I think there's only a couple songs on there. You're right. But it was from the wrong album. But there is a couple of songs on there that came out of the Verbal Penetration set. Might be 1 or 2, and they're really, really, really funky.
Ollie versus Frazier.
I like that song.
It's a good one. That's a good one. We got one more song on this album, and then we can talk a
What's
little
the
bit.
next song?
She's a Doll. And
because I'm not used to the hearing side, it being spoke of as side one, side two.
Yeah, but this is the last song on the album, and you start off with some backmasking. All right. First off, do you remember what you said in reverse on that track?
No, I was saying something like she's so fine or something stupid. I don't remember.
It sounds like why are you gonna make me smile?
But you're a DJ. Just play it backwards. You can't. Should be
and I did. I put it back. I put it backwards, but it's still difficult to even make out. Here it is.
Because the other instruments are in there.
Yeah, it's weird.
Oh, but you know what you do now, though? Now they got things like Moises and all that. Just use that app, and then that'll separate it somewhat. You might be able to hear what I'm.
You're gonna have to.
I don't remember it.
Yeah, it's gonna.
I just want it to be. I come from the 70s where.
Yep.
An intro was everything. Like people be doing something. I ain't thinking about music. You're not thinking about music. You're just doing something else. All of a sudden you hear an intro and be like, what? And then the song comes on and the song ain't shit. But the intro got your attention. I come from those days. So
yeah. And obviously, lots of guitar. Great song. And you have a fierce solo in this track also. I mean, this was when you played at Lundell's and you realized that the night was going to go the way that it went. You said to us, call out some songs. And I called this song out and you were like, I don't even remember this song.
I don't. And that's why the new songs too, like very much like this album, I gotta have a second guitar. I don't like having a second guitarist, but I have to.
Yeah.
Because it's too much singing. It's too much singing, and you gotta somewhat entertain. And I really don't like taking the mic in my hand and walking around because that's what Prince did. And I try to do more like Hendrix. Like Hendrix always had the guitar in his hand.
Yeah.
So I don't know how I'm going to do it because I don't really like to grab the mic, walk around thing because I like playing. I mean, that's the whole love of, and that's the whole, it's like, I can't explain it, but it's like that's who I am. If I don't have my hand on the guitar, then it's not, they used to say that they said even when he did vocals, he had to have a guitar hanging on him and he had to have his hand on the neck. Otherwise, if he didn't, he wouldn't sing in key. He said even though he wasn't playing it, he had to have a guitar on a lot of times. I was like,
really?
I understand. Understand. But I don't, I love being able to, I love the fact that I'm talented enough to be able to play and sing all that complicated shit at the same time. And people don't realize that shit's a lost art because I only seen really one person do that and do it like insanely brilliantly was Jimi Hendrix, and I can do that like that. I don't have it's one case, but I'm just saying a lot of the new stuff is written with 2 parts, but you never know. Jimmy's shit was written with 40 parts, and he still just knew what the meat was to do it. So I don't know.
Yeah,
guitar, another
he
guitar gets in my way, huh?
I said, and he hated his voice. Jimmy did not like his voice. He did not like his singing voice. And it's like, what?
Yeah, he didn't in the beginning when he had to sing, but he came to, once you sell some records, then your confidence comes up. Your confidence takes a step up when you've sold some records. So and then you have to accept, Bob Dylan, come on. So anyway, you go like you just recognize who you're for, who you are for. You're not for everybody, but who digs you, you're for them. That's simple.
All right, so I'm going to get to some, if you got some time, we'll just do some real quick hit questions that don't have anything to do with Jesse Johnson's Revue, but that's it. That is all of Jesse Johnson's Revue. And we just went through all the tracks of this classic album. So before we step away from this, first let me say to you, thank you for creating this album. I mean, I think everyone here agrees that this album is a masterpiece, even though you didn't know what you had when you had it. That's all fine and dandy, but it has really been an honor to kind of walk through this album with you, because this is, part of, I mean, I was a teenager when this came out, but this is still part of my childhood and is so impactful. So thank you so much for this. And I'm glad it's been such a success for you, because if it wasn't, I don't know that you would be continually pushing out music to us. So thank you.
Oh
Thank
no,
you.
you don't. I don't care. We don't. It's like they asked Miles Davis, "Would you still make music if you didn't sell really?" He goes, "Yeah." Because yeah, that has nothing. One has nothing to do with the other. You just love making music and love writing. For me, it's the love of writing songs. Almost surpasses playing guitar. But it's just like you can pick up the guitar and create something beautiful that you think is beautiful, that other people think that you don't know think it's beautiful. That's some serious, that's serious stuff. I really am happy and appreciative of that, and forever grateful.
Man, and we are definitely, it's an honor, man. It's just unbelievable. I was so thankful, because I told you on the phone, I said, I'm going to do a special on this album. I have to. And when you told me you wanted to come on, I was just like, that would make it even more amazing. Here is 10 questions that I kind of set aside. They're little quick hit questions. You don't have to go into detail on any of them, just because I know I'm trying to be respectful of your time, but I've been saving the questions that people have been putting in here. And the first one is from Kale Heads. Would you ask if he or Prince played his gear on the guitar solo on 777? It's got Jesse's tone, but the whammy bar work isn't refined.
No, the 7/7 guitar is the Prince is playing that guitar part. That's my guitar, because he would go to rehearsal and do what Rick James did to him. But he would go to rehearsal and get my wah pedals and guitars and stuff and play it. And that was a really cheap guitar called a Hondo. That's why it doesn't sound like his Honer or anything like that. He uses white Strat that I used at the very early days of the time. It's just like $100 guitar, but it had a dry, no ring sound to it. It was a Hondo. I think I paid like $150 for it or something. I brought it to Minneapolis with me. That's him playing all the guitars on 7/7. I'm not playing on 7/7 at all.
All right. Dan Gillum was asking about what song we were talking about. Let's Have Some Fun. And he said the synths on that song are so cool. Did Jesse program those?
Yes, I did. Yes, that was the OB8, the early OB8 without the MIDI. It was no such thing as MIDI yet, so it didn't have the MIDI implementation in it yet. But yeah, we did. That was the cool thing about the OB8. You could make up a sound and then save it.
Michael Bland wanted to know, on the album What Time Is It? Was it you playing or Prince playing through your rig, or neither? What time is it?
On which song?
Yeah, he just said, what time is it? I mean, he might be talking about the entire album. Maybe he feels like,
Oh no, I only play on one song on there. A lot of that's the album that stopped me from jamming. I didn't jam with Prince and Morris anymore, because all of that shit on Wild and Loose, that was playing all of that in a jam session. The next thing you know, it's on an album, and then you don't get credit for writing or anything. So when they asked me to jam after that, I was like, no. I was in LA when I heard that. That was recorded here in LA, and we were getting ready to play. It was, at that time, it was called the Universal Amphitheater, and we were on the that tour. What's the 1999 tour? Where it was us, Vanity Six, and Prince, and that's when I heard that song. But I didn't. I didn't. I no longer jam anymore. The only song I'm playing on that record is Gigolos. Playing guitar on Gigolos. That's it.
Great song. Jeremy J. Soul. Good. That's a big Funkatopia in here. Jesse, have you recorded any new music for D'Angelo's next album?
I did. It was a really cool, very punk thing that goes back because the song came from the sessions when I wrote for Vanity Six, but there was stuff that I never played them for Prince. They're actually way better than Bite the Beat, but he wanted a particular particular thing for them, and I gave him the Bite the Beat song. But the song one of the songs that are on my album is from that session that I, of course, recorded it. And one that I did is really cool is on D'Angelo's record. But because I was so into Ricky Wilson. You know who Ricky Wilson is? He
Yeah,
was nothing short of brilliant. He was a bad cat. He was so dope. He's the guitarist for the B-52s, and I was way into the B-52s. I'm playing
yeah.
a lot of that shit on a purple Mosrite. It was way before Prince was. It was '81, so Prince wasn't had nothing to do with purple. But I'm playing that on a purple a purple 1966 Mosrite, because that's what Ricky Wilson played was Mosrites, and I just didn't know he was tuned really weird. But he was such a bad dude. But yeah, I
They're on tour again. Yeah, this is we're right around the corner from us here in the ATL in Athens.
yeah, the drummer, yeah, they're from out there, Athens, I think, right?
Yeah, yeah, Athens, Georgia.
And the drummer, the original drummer for them is actually plays the guitar and kills that shit. I mean, kills it. Give
Man,
Me Back My Man. If you ever want to hear Ricky just fly, listen to Give Me Back My Man B-52s. He's killing it. I
I haven't
mean,
heard
just
that
killing
forever.
it.
I haven't heard that
Uh,
song forever. I haven't
I
heard
love
that
that. That's my
forever.
favorite B-52s. I used to play that. I still play that over and over in the car. I just bought Devo Live album like a week ago.
RV Clayton says, when you are a part of the Minneapolis sound, you are an anomaly. You have to listen to these stories. It's musical history. Oh, that's not a question. That was a statement. Did you play the solo on Dead Giveaway, Road Explorer USA?
No, because the guitar I was playing on at that time, I was the only guitar player there. Jody was there. Excuse me. Jody was there. Howard Hewitt was there. Foster Silvers was there, and Leon was engineering. He had this new studio. It was up. I forget what they call it, up in the hills. It was beautiful. And the guitar had the little E string on it was broke, so I just played rhythm, and I played these little triad chord things through the changes and things like that, and I left.
Mm.
But I told him I couldn't. Leon wanted me to play the solo. I was like, I can't, because that's why I'm not listed, because he couldn't list me. I said, you can't list me, man. Prince would lose his mind if he found out I did this shit. So I had to do it all like that because I really wanted to play. I really wanted to work with Leon. I wanted to work with a bunch of different people, and I did. And you could put my name on it though.
What was the timing of that then? So basically you got away with it, but Jimmy and Terry didn't.
I don't know about what their thing was, but I just think they went and did some stuff and then they missed the show. It snowed in Atlanta then every 50 years, and they got stuck in
Right.
Atlanta and missed a major show on a major tour.
Yeah.
And they got fired for that. They didn't get fired for working on other people's shit. But when they got stranded in Atlanta, they were working on other people's stuff. They was working, I think, with SOS, but I'm not sure.
Right. Yeah. It was, Just Be Good to Me, and what other was the other track? But
No, they didn't. They didn't do that shit. They did Just Be Good to Doom, 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 doom.
was it?
No, they didn't. No, hell no. That was way before.
And
Just
what
Be
was
Good to
it?
Me. I don't remember. I think they had their song with them was called, it was Time something. I forget what it's called. They had a cool track with them though. Because they did the drums on we had these little white keyboards. I can't remember the brand name, but Casio keyboards. Because I did Bite the Beat on the Casio keyboard, and they did that. The SOS song was on a Casio keyboard too. They did the boot do do, and I was doing the yeah, I did that. We had these yeah, it wasn't that, but they were working on SOS. 'Cause you remember they did an SOS album Sands of, they did the whole album Sands of Time. It was really nice.
Well, somebody in the chat room look up what was the song on SOS that Jimmy Jim and Lewis were working on. Let me get to this next question. Taurus Curry says, please ask about the creating process of Fool's Paradise, an amazing song and killer guitar solos.
I um I wish I could once again say I was all brilliant, but I was home on a break on tour, and I mean, I was, when I say a break, I mean like a day or something like that, and I'm very tired, and that was the B side to something, and if I guessed it would be maybe Baby Let's Kiss, but it was the B. I needed to come up with something for a B side quickly, and that's why it's all kind of wild and spacey, and then when it goes doom doom boom 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 doom doom do 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 do. That's the change from when Henry goes bloom, 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 what's that called? Bloom, bloom, bloom. That's the change from that song. What's that song called?
Yeah, I'm trying to know. I know what you're talking about. I'm trying to do.
Boom, 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 boom. After all the lights are in the boxes. Boom, boom. Wind cries Mary. I stole the change when it go
Yeah.
boom, 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 boom,
Ah,
boom, do, 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 do. But I just did that. I always wanted some spacey that you after a while you get tired of drums and this and that and that. And this. I mean, I always go to sleep with classical music that doesn't have drums in it because if it has bash bash, so I usually listen to Mozart because there's no drums. If there's drums in it, I'll just be up listening to the drums. So sometimes I just want stuff to just be just it's like air. It's in the room. You don't see it. You don't think of it. You just are breathing.
and just so you know, Jimmy and Terry did write and produce "Just Be Good to Me," and also "Take Your Time."
You mean that song that goes, "Baby, we can do it, take it"? No, they didn't do that.
Right,
That was in the 70s.
no, "Just Be Good to Me" is in here. Somebody said "Take Your Time" in the chat room, and I didn't know. And he filed it with a question mark. It was "Just Be Good to Me" that they wrote and produced. So I don't know if
Oh,
that.
okay.
So that
Yeah, no, I was thinking of that's the first song I just said that.
"Take Your Time."
Baby, we can do it, take your time. Yeah, that came out in the 70s. That
Do
was
it.
out around the time Flashlight came out
Yeah.
because
All
I
right.
was in rock and roll.
4 more questions and we're done. This is watered lied. I don't know. Could you ask Jesse if Prince's vigorous work ethic he had for the bands in rehearsal to take them to a higher caliber, per se, in the time carried over to how you rehearse in your own band going solo?
Hell no. No.
I knew that was it.
Absolutely. No, 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 because that shit that we were doing, it was a lot of I just mentioned it today to an attorney. I just mentioned that shit today because it was based on he just didn't like there was this thing in Purple Rain. That's why that's why I don't I've never seen Purple Rain either. I've never seen Purple Rain or the other one. What's the other one? Under Graffiti Bridge. I've never seen either one of those movies. But when we were like Purple Rain goes back to that bullshit and Purple Rain, like we would be on set, we would be ordered to be on set every day dressed and made up, but we wasn't doing anything. And it's finally at one time I said, "Man, I'm not fucking commenting." I said, "Look," I asked some about one of the makeup people, "Let me see what's on the sheet tomorrow." Because as the day gets longer, they start printing out what tomorrow says. I said, "Let me see that shit. Were we in this scene tomorrow?" And they're like, "No." I'm like, "Man, I'm not fucking coming to this shit." And I didn't go anymore until unless we were shooting. Cause I'm like, no. Cause I just remember shooting at First Avenue and shooting that scene where we were in like a rehearsal with doing that something shooter song. We rehearsing it, but we're in a different location for that.
But
But I don't I wasn't other than the walking by the thing when he says the family. I don't remember being in many scenes in there because I begged him to let me have a line because if you have a line, if you say a line, if you say a word or two, then you can get your side card. If you don't say anything, you can't get your side card. And I was like, just let me say something. He was like, nope. Nope, nope. And I was like, fuck that. So when he asked me to do Graffiti Bridge, I charged a lot for it. And then I said, if I don't have any lines, it still ain't doing it. And so I say something in there. I say something in there because they were
well,
like
there was
for
"Let's go
purple.
crazy, let's get nuts,"
Yeah,
or
but that's not. But if you're not a single person saying that line singly,
single
you don't
person.
still don't get your side card. So when I did Purple Rain, the thing about people don't understand, I always wonder, I was mentioning this to DJ Quick yesterday, but I was like, I wonder if people would have done the movie for the amount of money that I did it for, which was nothing. I think I did Purple Rain, I got 4 grand. But I told him, he's like, man, and Quick goes, yeah, that's fucked up. And I said, it is, but I at least I'm glad I had the long range thinking that I had Jungle Love, The Bird. I had major songs in that movie. And so I was looking at it long range. And we used to call it, which I still call it today, pipeline money. You know, if you're making money in a pipeline, because you'll make some money down the road. But that I wasn't even thinking about that much. I was thinking more about, dude, go on your own and go make your own money. And that's what I did.
Yeah, I mean, you got to.
Hey, if you're talented enough, I felt that I was. So I felt that I could pull it off. As long as I was the one driving the car, I could reach that destination.
Lenny Beeson says, "Hey Jesse, have you ever hooked up with Bootsy or Roger, either to jam with or record with?" Obviously, rest in peace, Roger.
No, Roger and I always wanted to kill each other. And Bootsy always dug. And I met Bootsy too. Bootsy invited me. I met him in Cincinnati because we went to one night, Morris and I went to a James Brown show and went to see James Brown, and Morris and I there, and standing behind us was this giant, and it was Bootsy. And I turned around, I was like, oh my God, it's Bootsy. And I introduced myself, and he's like, yeah, man, come on, you just need to come out to the ranch, man. And da 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 da. But I never got a chance to because we were on tour at the time too.
Oh man, that would have been phenomenal. That would I definitely would have paid to see that. On the Vertex Effects interview that you just did, you brought up wanting to demand that Prince use the studio version of the Bird instead of the live version that was used. And let me just say right out of the gate, obviously the live version is incredible. I mean,
Yeah, that's because you ain't heard the studio version.
right. It's already a masterpiece from what we've heard. What?
Nah,
Well,
when you come, if you come through my spot, I'll play that shit for
right.
you. You'll never say anything ever again. It's absolutely insane.
What's so different about it? I mean,
It's just it's the LM1, and this shit just bumps. And Prince is on he's on the synth bass, but he's doing that Bernie Worrell shit that Bernie did on Flashlight. So he's doing that. He's going long, and he's just doing some bad cold ass shit. And then the bass drops out at one point, and how he comes back in with it, man. It's just you just have to hear it. This shit is, and Morris's vocal on that shit, forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And the guitar part is a three. It's a ninth, 11, and like 11 with a six or something. It's not a little two note thing. We play big chords on there, and you don't really hear them on the live recording because it's so chinsy recorded. That was recorded by the record plant. Drove from New York and recorded that shit at First Avenue, and it was you just have to hear it. I can't even explain to you. As a matter of fact, I'll when we get off the phone, I'll sneak it to you, but you gotta like not play that shit
oh, yeah,
anywhere.
of course, no. Yeah, absolutely.
But you got to hear it. It's like and I of course I wrote that song with him, so of course I wanted the best version. I didn't want that raggedy shit. That shit that's on the record. You have no idea how much nails and hammering shit was on that shit. It's like the kick drum. He was
Mm.
trying to kick drum isn't solid. He was putting a Lindrum kick drum. He was having it trigger at Lindrum, and it's just trust me. And Morris and I talked about that. Like they were at the Sunset Mark. No, I was at the Sunset Marquee, which was it was like the ghetto, like really raggedy, and they were at the Westwood Marquee. And so Prince and Morris were there. That place was hot as fuck. It was nice as hell. I was over in the hood, and I didn't care. My shit was like the projects, but I could care less. All I cared about, I was in LA and making records.
Yeah.
I didn't have a peep to say. I didn't have a car to drive, nothing. All I knew, I was in LA and I was making records because they used to go make the records, just those two.
Mm.
So when I began to be included in that, I was like, I just felt really happy about that and very fortunate. So the fact that I was over at the Raggedy Sunset Marquee at that time, because it looks nothing like that now. It's dope as hell now, but it was raggedy as fuck. And I didn't have a car. I didn't complain. I didn't care. I was like, shit, I'm in LA and I'm recording. That's all that's all I cared about. But Morris called me and was like, man, that version is real fucked up and we got to and he was like really upset about it and angry. And I was like, and I was too, because he was playing and when we were in the studio, Prince kept trying to tell us how great it was. And I was like, shit is raggedy as hell. And we were just like, he was just trying to sell us on it. And I was like, you know me, I'm really like, no, that shit is some bullshit. And he was like, no, because it's gonna be fine because listen to this right here. Da, 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 da. And I was just like left out of the room because I was like, and so we got home, Morris called me like, man, we got to tell him because that can't, we got to use it. Da, 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 da. And then the next day, motherfuckers walked in, him and Morris walked in together with Sunset Sound. I was already there because I just took a taxi there and I'm closer to it than they were. They walked in and I was standing at the door and he walked in and I said, hey man, we got to talk about it. And I just remember him and Morris Prince walking in, Morris is a little bit behind him, and I say, "Hey man, we got to talk about this. That putting the studio version on because that other version is raggedy as fuck." And Morris don't like it either. And and Prince is all calm. He's like, "What are you talking about?" Morris is fine with it. I was like, "Ain't that not a bitch? You could have called me, motherfucker, and told me that you were cool with it and you were gonna run that way. That way I wouldn't have said." But he didn't say shit, and I just was like ready to have that knockout drag out thing, knockdown drag out thing about it. And he had already been had the sugar poured all in his ears, and he ain't called and told me shit.
I think everybody has had that happen to them once in their life, where you all go into a room and say, "Okay, we're all on the same page, right? This is what we're gonna."
Yeah, that shit was fucked up. It was so fucked up that instead of me being mad, I just said what, and then Morris didn't say shit. He just walked in all calm and just walked in, had his jacket draped over his shoulder like Jackie Wilson style, and he walked in and he was like, "Yeah, it's just cool." And I just and you would think I would go. I just started laughing so hard. I was like, "Ain't this about a bitch? Motherfucker, you and blah blah." I just started laughing though. It was like, dude, that was some bullshit. Don't ever call me about nothing again. Yeah, but it was the studio version. And Morris will tell you though, he sang the hell out of that shit. He sang that shit so fucking good, man. It ain't even it's not even funny, man. He sang it in Minneapolis with the night we did it because one of the reason I was out there because the tape machine was broke and the rewind on it was broke. And so I had to go uh I had a I was supposed to rewind it by hand, but I had a drumstick in between them slots on the
Of course,
reel, winding and shit. And then Morris would be sitting next to Prince, and then Prince would be really mad at Morris because I don't know if you remember tape machines. They had these really
yeah.
long Q-tips that had a tip on one end, and you
Mhm.
had to dip it in the solution and then rub it against to clean the heads. And so Morris would always have one of those and be in his ears with it. And Prince would be like, "Stop using my head cleaners for your ears." And Morris would be all calm and normal. Go, "Hey man, when I see one of them, my ears just start itching." Them two used to have me crying though. Them two motherfuckers together were so funny, man. They used to have me dying.
There's one thing I'm going to say. One more question I'm going to save for last. But before you go, I do want to kind of give my condolences. I know that you were pretty close to the guys at 24/7 Spies. You still talk to Hazel and them, right? So
Jimmy's father just passed.
um,
AD.
but also
Oh
condolences,
yeah, Ronnie.
P Fluid, the original lead singer from 24/7 Spies.
Yeah. So they've
That
had like three, like because we were real cool to head Ronnie Drayton.
Yeah, Pete Fluid was the vocalist that was just recently murdered. Was like a few weeks ago or whatever.
Yeah,
Okay, from Gumble Millennium
been
and everything.
it's been lost, and then Jimmy lost his dad too.
It's just
He
So
lost his dad late last year. He lost his father, but it's all he's hanging in there. He's good.
last question I have for you is actually a question that I had, but Webrod also asked it too because it's going to help me segue into our next segment after you go. But were you ever approached to be involved with this now canceled Prince documentary on Netflix?
Yes, I was because I never heard of the company before. I never heard of Primary Wave, and I spoke to a lady in person, and she came to the studio, and I had some other people on the phone at the same time that were involved with her, and they approached me about two things. They approached me about, I guess, the producer Joel Silver, who I work with a lot. Did 48 Hours. I did a bunch of shit. He did that movie she was in too, Action Jackson. I did music in that movie, but he mentioned to them, you might want to go talk to Jesse about that because they whatever the licensing thing is with Nasty Girls, you can, like I say, if I don't give the permission to use one of my songs, but you can go re-record my song and you still got to pay me whatever everything for it, but you can re-record it and not have to get licensing to use it or something like that.
Mm.
Anyway, but he steered them toward me, and they were talking about it. It was a vanity movie for Lifetime, and I was cool with that, but because they wanted me, the music and da 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 da. But the Prince thing, I moved them away from me with that. I said, you guys should talk to Morris. And they talked to Morris, and they said, oh, already did that. And, and I just, I don't want any parts of that, because everything turns into, even now, excuse me, the shit that I'm hearing now. Plus, I detest people. I fucking detest people that, they go make a living off of their friends' secrets that they only know. Like, there's things that only I was there with Prince, or this, just him and I. And for me to go tell that shit to make money, I just think that's the lowest form of you're just scum. I can't stand people that do that, and people do it all the time, and I just can't stand people to do that. And then plus with the documentary and how they were putting it together, um it just it's just sickening. It sickens me, because it's like they're trying to tear down every great black artist that's ever lived. It's like they want to pull, for me, to me it sounded like it was a 9 hour TMZ special. It's like they got to fucking stop doing that, especially when it's people that are not even here, that can't even defend themselves. It sickens me when I see all this Michael Jackson shit, and people are
Yeah.
saying this and this, and then the man isn't even here to tell you to fuck off. It's just, I just think it's so disturbing and nasty, and you're just trying to destroy people's legacies and this, that, and that, and this. And the fucked up thing about it, almost anybody, I guarantee you, up 99% of the people that get to wherever they're going or there's some shit there that they don't want somebody to know. And I'm just a person that never hides behind any of my shit, because your shit is your shit, and you should never airbrush your life. You should have your life, da, 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 da. But
Yeah.
but it just is what the fuck it is. If you revel in as a individual, if you revel in your successes, you also gotta revel in your failures as well, because all of it is you.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I just really get sick of hearing people tear down people. And and I think what people don't a lot of times people don't understand, because I heard that this company, I don't even remember, it was sometimes, I thought it was the year before, I thought it was 23, and I was told yesterday, told sometime over the past weekend, said no, that was last year, when they came and met with you. And I was like, yeah, I didn't want any parts of this shit. I'm like, if you're not gonna because that's what they said Morris did, to his credit. They said they talked to Morris, and they said they couldn't use what he said. And I said, why? And they said, because everything he talked about was like all good stuff and this. And that's what PC, that's how you know people are on some bullshit, because they don't want any good stuff. They want like they used to interview, when they would interview the Time or even interview me, people always ask me, they try to ask me things to want me to say something bad about Prince, or say something bad about Morris, or say something bad about, and I won't. And the first thing I say is that, oh, Prince, oh yeah, I love him. Da, 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 da. The Time is whenever they do the Time, they would always try to stir up shit. And I would go, the Time's a satellite of the planet Prince. So it's just is what it is. It's like, it's not a bad thing. And then back in the day when I would be touring and people go, oh yeah, you look like Prince. Da, da, da," and I would go like, well, at least I look like somebody that's good looking. I'd rather be compared to that. Somebody that's good looking, successful, and talented. And then they
Right.
leave it alone. They don't want to hear anything good or positive. They just want to hear bullshit. They want to hear trash. They want to hear garbage. And it's just really sad as a society that this is where we are. This is where we are as a society. You can do you can do a guy tested this in a classroom. He wrote 13, he wrote 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then he wrote these 13 words, right? But one of them was written wrong on purpose. And those 13 things that he got right, those 12 things that he got right, they didn't read the class only focused on spelled that wrong. That's all that mattered to them. And that's where we are mentally. It's about gossip and rumors and all that bullshit. And then when people and the people that subscribe to that kind of bullshit. But if you were to gossip on them or somebody they like, they want to turn it the other way and go, oh, you can't say that. But then they'll gossip about you and it'll be rumors and lies and bullshit, but it's okay to do that. And then because some legal people of mine the other day are trying to trace down some emails to find out who's sending these emails full of garbage about me to venues. And so uh, because I vigorously want to pursue this shit, want to prosecute, want to do everything that it is to stop the motherfuckers that are doing this shit, because this shit is not a joke. It's slander, and when it fucks with your work, it's deeper than that. It's bigger than that. So I'm just telling you, I want to sue the. I want to prosecute. I want to do all this shit, whatever there is to do. I don't care what the cost is, whatever the fuck it is. I want to put an end to this shit because the shit is not a game, and social media is so broad reaching that when people they like there's a you can't even do anything without you can't do anything, say anything. There's some guy saying shit about me on the Vertex thing. He doesn't know me and he has no right. And then what blows my mind, you come to somebody else's house. If I come to your site and I'm talking shit about you, you should be highly offended because literally I came into your house and start talking shit about you. I had to come all the way from my shit to your shit to stuff. And so this guy said, a guy posted a thing that said, it has nothing to do with me, but my name gets tossed all up in it. And the guy goes, they should do one on whatever the guitar player is that plays with Morris Day, Tory. They should do one on him. They should, Vertex need to do it. And then some other guy wrote in, why? He didn't play on any hits. And then some guy comes back, neither did Jesse Johnson. And it's like, motherfucker, you need to go do some homework. You need to go do some serious homework. Not only did I play on a ton of shit, I've written on a ton of shit, and it just blows my mind how people make comments. And I think on my verbal, if you go to iTunes and look at verbal penetration, somebody says on there, oh yeah, he's a dope ass musician, dope ass writer, whatever. But he struggled for years with heroin and alcohol. Yeah, I've been confused with. I've never fucking done drugs in my life or drank. So I don't know where they're getting that he struggled for years with heroin and alcohol. But people write that shit as though it's fact. And so something needs to happen where people just can't do that. For real. Something needs to happen.
It
And
does.
no, I didn't participate in that because I could have said one line and it meant something else. But if somebody can put a question before that isn't the question I was asked, because that happened to me back in the day with Radioscope. And that's why when I do interviews now, I'm recording at the same time too. Because I would do an interview. Well, I did an interview one time on Radioscope. And when the guy that interviewed me isn't the guy who asked the questions on. So when he took it back and they edited it, he asked me, this guy it was like Lee Bailey. He put a different question in front of what I answered. And I was driving in Minneapolis one time and heard that shit and I was livid. I called him up, you mother. Yeah, that was so wrong to do that. But people do shit like that. They don't think anything, like the girl that was lying on Cardi B and knew she was lying, just making up all this horrible stuff. And Cardi B had like a fucking nervous breakdown, depression, and everything behind this girl. And the girl knew and the girl is so fucking stupid. She's on the witness stand, and they go, "Did you know this stuff wasn't true?" She's like, "Yeah, but I was trying to make my money." It's like, bitch, you're 40 some years old and you're still that stupid. Scary. But that's where we live. And so no, I would never, ever, ever, ever
I'm glad.
participate in anything like that. And if somebody wanted to I put it this way, my book that's coming out, my book is built on chapters. And luckily, because my life isn't just a time. I went and did other things. I played the White House with Obama, with Mick Jagger, blah, blah, blah. I did a lot of shit in my life. I've accomplished a lot of things in my life. And so my life is chapters, and the time is just a couple of chapters. And dealing with Prince, that's a chapter. It's not my whole book. And so, and the things that I'm careful that when I talk about, because people, when I was at Paisley, people say, oh, Jesse too, Jesse shouldn't have dogged Prince. And a lot of the fucking people that say that wasn't even there. They would not. They're regurgitating. They're repeating something that some other fucking moron made up and said. And what I would do, what I'm able to do as a storyteller, I can tell you a middle, a beginning, but I never leave a story without a resolve. Without a fucking resolve. I never leave it without a resolve. That's why I was talking to Q-Tip about his movie. It's like, I loved y'all movie. Y'all started, y'all had all this strife and shit, but in the end of the movie, y'all three walking down the hallway to the stage, and it's beautiful because that's a
Yeah,
resolve to me. And
that was good.
so the same thing that I always, at the end of the day, when everything calms down, the shit we were talking about earlier throughout the conversations about, yeah, you bump heads about this and that and this, but man, my meeting Prince, working with Prince, and the shit that I learned how to make records fucking with him was the first time I'd ever been into a recording studio in my life. It's like, you can't take that shit lightly, and you can't say it didn't have a huge effect on life. Even being in the time, wasn't making money, but you don't even think about that when you're there doing it, because it's the opportunity. And Warner Brothers wasn't a local label, that was a worldwide label, it was a national label. So I jumped at that shit. I always I ask other people, do you think the kids today would have done that, would have put in that time and blew up something, even though they wasn't making a lot? I always wondered, and I think they would not, because the society and everything has changed. Because even the pro athletes back in the day, Jordan wasn't making on a salary what athletes make now, but he still, you would have thought he had $1 million, $100 million deal or something, because he was playing like the devil. He's playing like a bat out of hell. He was killing everybody. His eyes would get red, and everybody was scared to play his eye. But his salary wasn't like that. He made his money like I was making my money. I made my money. Luckily, I made my money on tour and merchandising and blah, 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 blah. So I was okay, and I'm okay now. But the point being is, like, all of this garbage shit that people want to dig up on people. It's just like, it's just, I don't it's just, we are living in the society. What's the guy? He just won the Super Bowl. Barkley? Is his name Tayshawn, but something like that? Taquan or
Oh, it's good.
Saquon
Take
Barkley.
Barkley. Yeah.
I just saw it, open up the thing, the paper today, and they're like, his wife put out some tweets that when she was in college, that wasn't favorable for black people. And they want to hold her feet to the fire for that. And I got news for you. There's a lot of motherfuckers a lot of us, we're one way 5 years ago, 10 years ago. We might have thought a certain way. Doesn't mean that's how we think today. And
Yeah.
so when you want to take a person, that's why I never allow anybody to, I don't give a, I will do music till I'm dead, because you can't allow, if you made a mistake in life and you want to let people come to you and let that mistake define who you are as a person, that's on you. I don't let anything, I don't even let success define who I am as a human being. Because if you allow success a lot of time to define you as a human being, you'd be a fucked up person. You'd be a fucked up person. You wouldn't speak to people, and you wouldn't speak to the janitor when you walk in the building. I speak to everybody. I'm kind to everybody. Kindness is the number one unused resource in the world. And it costs you nothing. It costs you nothing to be kind. It's less muscles to be kind. It even helps you feel better. But we just living in some fucked up times, and people have it all twisted, and people, I just read some things, and I just don't understand how people can be like that. I read this artist that was selling a ton of records, but he was masquerading as somebody else on Twitter and saying a whole bunch of shit about Jay-Z's daughter, and she was little, Blue Ivy. And I'm like, why would you do that? What would possess? And people are just like, we read stuff about serial killers and pedophiles and rapists and shit. These people to me are the same way, because there's some kind of sociopath why would you just wake up and be mean to people?
Right.
It's like, what does that accomplish really in your own? How miserable are you as a fucking human being to just wake up and be nasty to somebody, just because you can? Makes no sense to me. Makes no. But I'd be the first to say I'm guilty. If somebody says something stupid to me, I cuss them the fuck out, and I'll talk about their mama and ugly kids and every fucking thing else, because I'm not fucking with anybody. So when you come bothering me with that garbage and trying to mess with me that way, I it's just open in both barrels. I'm like, because that makes no sense to me. I could see if I was saying something or this, that, and the other, and then people just, I'm like, it's crazy. But we just we're not. I'm not from this time, so I can see it, and I see it and sense it and smell it from afar, and so you can't pull it on me, and that's why in my life I spend so much time alone. I'm alone all the time. And if you ask me, Jesse, are you lonely when you spend all the time? Yes, there's times when I stop and just I'm still. Yes, there's times that I am, and there's times that I'm not, because it might be you might love a woman, but if that woman makes you feel like shit and doesn't have respect for you, and you fuck, because when you're around the wrong people, it affects everything. It affects your mental health, it affects your physical health. So you got to be careful who you allow to
What's
take up
that?
that
What's that
time, man.
analogy that they had with the bottle of water? It's in one place it will be $1, but then if you go on a flight,
Yeah, it's like
that it's
$4 or $5.
$5. And you go like overseas or whatever, it's like $10 or whatever the case may be. But the bottle of water is exactly the same. The only thing that's
Same
different
water.
is the environment that it's in. So
Yep,
it's
and that's why you have to. It's just part of it. Everything about life. Doesn't matter how old you get, how young you are. Everything about life, when you think you know it, you don't know it. Something new pops up that you haven't dealt with. You'll say, "Oh, I'm this and that, and I don't feel this way about that," and you find out you do feel this way about it. I've been finding out a lot of that these last couple of months, because I'm fortunate enough to get all the ownership of my music and all that stuff that comes back at you, and termination and this and getting your masters and your copyrights and all that stuff. I've been really fortunate, but it's not. But trust me when I tell you, my man, they're not giving up what you're entitled to, what you work for, what is actually yours, which Congress has stamped the papers and sent it to you. They're called recordation papers from Congress, saying this is yours. This is yours. You wrote it. You hand it to the giant company. They go, we ain't honoring it. And so you got to fight now for what is yours. It's it's not just, I want to say, the music business, but it's all the facets of the entertainment business are garbage. It's just they're just garbage, and they've never been kind to their children, never, ever, ever. If you go back and look at Marilyn Monroe's story, to the biggest, they've always been horrible. They've always been fucking horrible, horrible, horrible. And I think what's happening now, what's beautiful, this beautiful thing that's happening now, is that the courts in the legal system is recognized when an individual goes to fight a conglomerate. They know that that conglomerate's a fucking monster. And today, because the laws have changed so wonderfully for the artists and the musician and the songwriters, that you want to go to court, because if you go to court, that conglomerate can't just go, we're not going to do that. No, you got to bring your ass to court, and you got to go by the laws, the laws. And that's why I would rather be in court all day long. But yeah, and I'm saying all that shit to say it's brought up a lot of, um, it's like Vegas when they start digging out there and building houses further and further out. It was the only place I've ever been where they were telling you on television in the morning, don't go outside. They said, if you got bronchitis, if you got asthma, don't go outside. Don't go, because they're digging up this dirt. And you got to remember, they used to test nuclear bombs and shit there.
yeah,
And
that's
so
right.
it's like that with doing this shit. It's like you're digging up dirt, and you think, oh, I'm over this. I remember so and so did that to me. So and so tried to fuck me up at the label and tell people not to work with me. And you forgot all of that. And now you start doing all this stuff, and all that shit comes back up. All of it starts coming up. And it really had stressed me out for a few weeks, because it felt like I was in Minneapolis again, and it was 1981. And I just was like, oh my God, you had to, and I'm telling you, I'm not lying to you, but I'm telling you seriously, it just made me really sick. It made me really, really, I allowed it to do that, to make me really, really sick. And I shouldn't have done that. And I'm better now and all that, but I'm just telling you, it's weird when you think you're past something and you have to go back to fighting again. And you go like, wow, I'm not done. But no, I wouldn't participate in that
Well,
Prince documentary. And I think it's terrible that they just can't go from his first album all the way to Diamonds and Pearls and sing that song. That right there, I think people that dig him and love him all over the world would be happy to hear all the insights of that because he filmed everything. He filmed and photographed everything. So there's ton of film of him recording this shit. Because when I was in the studio working, shit was being filmed all the time. That's why I even looked at a picture of my own stuff when I was out in the room filming Ice Cream, working on the kid. It wasn't the kid song. It's the one where Morris sounds like he's at a restaurant and what
Uh,
is,
yeah.
and he
Oh,
goes Jerome, and
no,
Jerome like socks some guy. But they
chili
woke me up to
sauce.
chili sauce. They woke
Yeah,
me up to woke me up and thought it was funny. It's like Jesse, I'm in front of the console on the couch sleeping. They wake Prince was like, wait. I go, what? Because I told him just wake me up if I got to do something. Because I couldn't stay up like him and Morris could stay up all night long. I didn't know the motherfuckers was having a little help, but nevertheless, could stay up all night long. And I'd be like, I got to go to sleep. Fuck it. And I would lay down and because we would come from being out a lot of times, especially was Prince and I would come from a club and then we would go to the studio and I was like, yeah, just wake me up when I got to do this and that and that. But him and Morris was there. So when I was out in the room, I had a camera, an actual film camera, the ones that you take pictures and then you take the whole camera in. And I
yeah,
took a picture of them because they were all loud. They had a bottle of wine actually in their hand, sitting at the board, um, and just laughing their ass off. Morris is holding a bottle of wine, and both of them are drunk because what we were trying to do, we were trying to record the drum track to if the kid came and it you he Morris kept speeding it up and then he said let me do it and he was speeding it up and
oh
so
my,
everybody was trying to like drink to slow down their clock and so I ended up playing the drums but if you see that's why it fades out and fades back can't you see how fast that shit is by the end because I was speeding up too but I was still did better than they did
that
but
explains a
never.
lot. 'Cause there's a couple of moments in that song where it sounds like the song shifts.
Yeah, no, it just fades out and fades back in because I'm flying. I'm like, yeah, instead of it just has it starts off slow and then it gets faster. Because I think I had to play it without any accompaniment, so I had to just play the drums by myself. And it goes one, two. I'm just sitting on. I'm not. He's not playing anything. And when him and Morris played a lot, they're playing together. Prince is either playing bass or piano or keys or something and they're playing together. So Morris has something to sit on, but was trying to do that shit. But yeah, no. It's I don't like seeing the articles that I see. I saw one somebody sent me as if I wanted to send it and said something about predator or pervert. And it was from YouTube, and it's like, come on, man. I mean, because really that even that Puffy in jail shit right now, but the fact that they already have a documentary something
Mhm.
about Puffy. That's crazy to me.
Yeah,
No,
that's
they already have some documentary out. I don't even
yeah.
remember what it's called, but it's on. I think it's on Max. It's just crazy,
And
man.
TMZ has one on Roku too. It's like they did like their little coverage.
About Puffy.
Yeah, about Puffy. It's like the downfall of P Diddy or something. I don't know what it's called. It's ridiculous, but
Yeah. It's just like, come on, y'all. Because
give it a
come
rest.
on, man. Let that dude go to court and see what is. Because
No,
they don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just tripping and.
no, you're not tripping
It's
at all,
just it's just so much of it all the time. It's just so much of it all the time. It's
man.
so much of
Let me let me just say, I am. It's an honor to call you a friend. I'm glad that we stay connected off and on, man. And it's I can't I can't thank you enough for all your contributions to music. I'm so excited. Obviously, tonight, as you folks know, we're celebrating the 40th anniversary of this album. And I am just sitting on the edge of my seat waiting for this brand new album to come out. And obviously, I'm going to continue waiting patiently. It's been a while, though. I mean, what are we looking at? I mean,
I, it says that, but it's not what you think. That's why it's been a while, because I'm gonna tell you exactly what it is. It's a reinvention of yourself. It's when you have to forget people don't know how hard this is. Imagine everything you have your hands on right now, every piece of gear, every anything, ever how the even your language, your cadence, and you said, you know what, I'm gonna switch up everything. I'm not gonna. This is my language is gonna change. I'm gonna change my cadence. I'm even gonna get all different equipment that I use. I'm gonna get rid of everything I know and start from zero. That's what I did. People have no idea how hard that is. That's how when you hear people's music and you hear their music and the music comes out and the shit sounds like the last shit that they did, the last four things they did. This isn't like that. This is a total rebuild from the floor up. It's a totally lyrically everything,
Well,
everything.
I
Because
need
you
to come.
can't sing about the things you did in the beginning or the middle. This is the end of it. This is at the top of the getting to the mountaintop. It's a totally different mindset, and and I'm telling you, it's just you. It put. Let me just promise you this: it will be worth the wait and worth the money. You're getting three things of brand new, you never heard, brand new, and it's not. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get two other stations that run like yours, and I'm gonna give y'all. I'm gonna give you a song. I'm gonna give them a song, a different song than what you have, and a third or fourth person different songs to be able to play. You can't sell them, you can't this, but I want you to hear. You'll be able to play them on your station as much as you want to while that campaign is running.
Absolutely ready. And of course, if you have an album listening party before it gets released, I will be on a plane.
You know, I don't think I will because I don't. Man, I hate to sound like this. I just don't trust people, man. It's like the show I did at the shows I did at Yoshi's. They were supposed to lock the phones up. They didn't do any of that.
Oh no, yes,
They didn't do any of that. It's people right in front of you holding your phone, and what that does, it takes your ability to monetize your show. You can't monetize it because it's already everywhere. That's why when Dave Chappelle and them do the comedy things, man, and now Congress is, Washington, the laws have caught up with that now. If you bootleg a Dave Chappelle show, you're gonna be in a world of trouble. You're gonna be like $240 million in trouble. It's like it is no joke now. It is no joke. They're not playing that shit anymore, man. It done got really serious because when you do that, somebody's paid like 50-40 million to the person to do that, and then you're gonna boot, man. You're gonna be in a world of trouble. And I'm telling you, it's still gonna take people. Some people just don't believe if you pee on an electric fence, you're gonna get shot. But man, no, it's been an absolute pleasure. And I just like the last thing I like to do is wish D'Angelo a happy birthday. And I hope you have many, many more. And I talked, we were talking back and forth a couple of days ago over text, and I was like, man, when you're ready, I'm going in there to get you. Because he has a thing that he wants to do. He wants to do kind of the same thing, pretty much rebuild. He wants to do something different.
Well, and I mean, you guys always have recreated yourselves. I mean, when you look at just from where you went to even Bare My Naked Soul, that was a reinvention.
I know because I'm easily bored with me. I'm extremely easily bored with me. That's why when I go play a gig right now today, if I had to go play a show right now today, I have to like get some fake up for because I'm so into the new stuff. This is the stuff I can't wait to play. I'm telling you, this stuff is. I mean, I'm telling you, if you were in LA, if you were here right now, I'd let you hear it because it's you wouldn't believe it. You would not believe it. I'm telling you because I did it. And usually when I do stuff, I'm like, man, I listen to that shit now and I just can't believe. I'm like, what mindset? Where were you? How did you? I don't remember. You don't remember doing it. It's like when we go into rehearsal, I got to learn the song just like you learn it.
Right.
I don't remember anything I did. That's why I don't because you're channeling. It's people don't believe you, but you're channeling. That's why bands when they cut 90% of the bands have to go learn everything they just did, solos and everything that they did. And that's why I admire Hendrix because he could remember the solos. And I'm like, I cannot remember a solo I did.
Yeah. That's stuff is incredible.
So I'm looking forward to that, but I hope the show what we did tonight was works for you and was successful
Oh,
for
absolutely.
you.
No, I mean,
And
I love the stories, and just to have this time to sit with you and go through the tracks on this legendary album and to give you your flowers, man. The congratulations that you know, you've been in this industry for a really long time. You're still growing, you're still writing, you're still putting stuff out, and can't wait. I know I speak for everybody here. We cannot wait for the new material. And yeah, when you're ready to shoot out that song, I will absolutely get it out to the people for
Yeah,
sure.
but just holler at me though if you come to LA, because I'm telling you, I would love for you to hear it. I would
Okay.
love for you to come
Yeah, I
to
will.
the room and put on some cans and see what I'm talking about so you can see I'm not tripping. Because I think I'm tripping and then I play it for somebody that ain't even in the music business or anything like that. And the two songs I wanted to see what their reaction was, and the people started crying. Even a guy just started crying.
Oh boy, I better make sure that I
I'm
don't
just
have.
telling you, it's like I can't even explain it, but I don't want to sound crazy, but I just want to hear music again where I
Get
don't
moved.
want to hear everybody's got a ballad. They move me with some up tempo shit, like that. McLean used to talk about that all the times. Like, man, that band is really good, but they never had the jam. And I'm like, I know what you're saying. The meaning, very few people. Like Guy had it. They always had an up tempo jam that was dope. I always had an up tempo jam. I wasn't relying on a ballad. I'm not a good enough singer to have ballads but these ballads, the ballads that are on this new rock thing, yeah, dude, for every guy especially that has went through it's gonna hit home like hard. I'm real, what is it called, vulnerable on this shit. I'm not faking it. I'm not It's all authentic. That's the only thing they measure the most is authenticity, and I'm authentic as hell. I'm not lying on this. This is real thing. Like when I because I never knew how much until today. Like a year ago, I didn't know how many people loved "I Want My Girl." I didn't know that. Then when I would go on IG, people start writing me all this stuff about "I Want My Girl," and I didn't know that hit with so many guys.
It did. It's an amazing
And
track.
no, I mean it just what the words were. It was their sound. It was everybody went through that. Every guy has loved somebody or been just head over heels with somebody that likes somebody else.
Yeah.
And I got news for you. That shit never ends. So
Nope.
you just think I got it. I'm over. I'm done. Oh man, I'm cool now. No, same shit, because it's just it's real simple, picking the wrong person, but it is what it is. At least for me, I get great songs out of it. I'm like Taylor Swift. I get great songs out of it. But
So
man, you have a good one,
too, man.
we'll talk. We'll definitely talk. But I'll give me a few days or something, and I'll dig up that bird thing for you. But text me, an email.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, and you still got to get me a bumper from last time. That was a long time ago too.
Okay, but text that to me now,
Okay, I'll text it to you.
because I'm all right. Cool. All right, Chris, you have a good one, babe.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jesse Johnson. Thank you, brother. We'll talk
All
soon.
right. Peace.
Yeah, man. Jesse Johnson. I told you, listen, every time that he is on, I don't know why I do so many pages worth of content with him, questions and whatnot, because I know that he's just going to go ahead and take it there anyways. And it's just, I mean, amazing man, amazing musician. And I'm sure I speak for everybody here. We cannot wait for that brand new album. And I may have to just I may just have to do a trip to Los Angeles and just say, hey, I'm in Los Angeles and not tell him that I'm specifically there just to connect and hear that new music. Cause it's been 16 years since we got Verbal Penetration, because Verbal Penetration came out in 2009, 16 years. As I had told you before, I hope you guys aren't ready to go to bed just yet, because we had two major things to talk about tonight. And the only reason why I wanted to talk about this other thing tonight was because it just happened within the past. We can't wait any longer. So I'm going to bring back a friend. You all know him, Michael Bland. What's up, man?
Yes.
I was like,
all right, man. Woo! Jesse had rounds and rounds and rounds of ammo.
Oh man, he always does. He always does.
Yes.
And,
Just become prepared, man. For somebody who doesn't like to do interviews, when it's time to talk.
Yeah, he just goes, man.
Yes. Listen, before we say anything else, let me just say I agree with everything Jesse was saying. 100%. Jesse's a real one. He's he was there for most of the stuff that these people, for the yarns that people spin, that like he was there when a lot of that stuff happened. He's an authority,
Yes.
And I know while certain other people in his circle might have been complaining or had certain things to say about their business workings with Prince, Jesse was educating himself. He was at the Minnesota School of Business. He was learning how the music business worked. Like, Jesse's a real one. Don't play with Jesse. Don't play in Jesse's face. Because he knows what he's talking about. He's been in this business long enough to know. And I just agree with everything he said.
So, yeah, and the reason why I brought Michael on was to talk about this very topic, because obviously the big news of late is the latest development with the Netflix Prince documentary. It's not clear as to who exactly all was involved. So for the sake of conversation, as we're talking through the night, we'll just say Prince estate. So let's not get wrapped up in semantics. I mean, some of the primary folks that we know were involved in this was obviously Prince Legacy LLC, which is essentially Londell McMillan and Charles Spicer and whatever cohorts that they have that are in the mix as well. But anyway, the Prince account, to catch people up, the Prince account, they basically put up this post. I guess they put up this post along with it's got a video on it, but the video really doesn't have anything really too much to do with anything. But the video, essentially, the post says the vault has been freed, #free. No one knew what to think about it, and it started causing a lot of excitement and speculation and whatnot. But less than an hour later, they then put up this post that says #stay tuned, and it was a screenshot of an image that says the Prince estate and Netflix have come to a mutual agreement that will allow the estate to develop and produce a new documentary featuring exclusive content from Prince's archive. As a result, the Netflix documentary will not be released. So that's kind of what we knew. And Netflix also sent out a joint announcement to that effect. And for those that don't know, the contract between Netflix and the Prince estate kind of gave Netflix and whoever was putting together the documentary kind of exclusive access to the contents of the vault. So now that the Netflix deal is dead and a new documentary is going to be filmed, that aligns with the Post and Billboard magazine that we had saw at the end of last year. I guess, yes, of course, I'm prepared. I have a picture of that too, where they indicate Prince documentary coming 2026, 2027. So apparently what was kind of cool about that basically indicated that the Prince documentary, that means what I meant to say is that this negotiation that's been going on between Netflix and the estate has been in works for a pretty long time. And all that time, they kind of had to sit back and listen to all the complaints from the fans about why haven't there been any new releases, admittedly, myself included, but not as big as some of y'all. But they also had to listen to all that and keep quiet. And that kind of aligns to what Prince has said in the past about, you don't know what's always going on in the background, that there's things that are happening that you're just not seeing. So, Michael, this is kind of where you come in, because as for this new development, it also means that a new documentary is going to be shot by a new director. And while no one has been named, I wanted to go ahead and apologize to not only you folks, but also specifically Michael Bland for suggesting Questlove, because there was a lot of pushback. And let me just say, the reason why, hold on. The reason why I mentioned him in the beginning was because he is a multiple award-winning documentarian who's done some great work with Summer of Soul and Ladies and Gentlemen, 50 Years in SNL Music. And this Thursday, the new documentary, I haven't seen it, but there's a new documentary they did called Sly Live. So he's entrenched in not only the music, but he was just he was one of very few people that had actually seen that full documentary, that full 9-hour documentary. And as a result, he could potentially have a lot of insight into what pieces could be brought over, and also, all that unreleased vault material that's in that film as well, that could be brought over in as well. But so that was some of the reasons why I even brought up his name. But now I am publicly retracting that suggestion based on this new information regarding Questlove's feedback on Prince that I had heard from you, Michael. So it wasn't new news. It was just new to me. And the pushback was because of this post right here. I found this post for you, Michael. It was Music Sermon had said something. Have you reached the Prince slander yet, Questlove? I don't know what that question means, but Questlove came back and said, the world knows that 1978 to 1988 is all I acknowledge. 10 years of magic, 5 years of meh, 10 years of mid, 13 of mess, 7 years of miss that guy. So there's actually, there's a lot. There's a lot. There's
actual proof.
Yeah, you have actual proof. So, okay. So let's break it down, because this affects where you were playing as well. Obviously, he said, based on what he said 1978 to 1988 is magic. That's obvious. I mean, it was magic. For You, Prince, Dirty Mind, Controversy, 1999, Purple Rain, Around the World in a Day, Parade, Sign of the Times, Love Sexy. No question. Yes, that was an insane run of albums. Then he said 5 years of meh. And that would have been 1988 to 1993, which is Batman, Graffiti Bridge, Diamonds and Pearls, and the Symbol album. And then he followed up with 10 years of mid, which would have been 1993 to 2003. You're obviously in that realm too.
I'm on the tail end of that, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Come, the Black Album, which he technically may have included in the magic section. Gold Experience, Chaos and Disorder, Emancipation, the 3 CDs, Crystal Ball, the 3 CDs, The Vault, Truth, Rave Into and Unto, The Joy Fantastic, Rainbow Children, One Night Alone, Expectation, News, all that stuff. And then the final thing he closes up with in his short little statement was 13 years of mess, which would have been 2003 through 2016. First off, to go back to the 10 years of mid, I don't know what mid means. Middle seems like it's like it was okay. Is that what that means? I don't know.
He was trying to get back to something. Maybe.
Yeah, like there was some stuff and then it was kind of okay or whatever. But the final thing he said was the 13 years of mess, which is 2003 to 2016, which is musicology, the whole MPG Music Club world scenario, all the stuff that was in there was in that. Chocolate Invasion, Slaughterhouse, C Note, 3121, Planet Earth, Lotus Flower, MPLS Sound, obviously the Bria Valente one, 3121,
Lotus Flower.
Yeah, right. Yes, I kind of went back. Plectrum Electrum, Artificial Age, Hit and Run, Phase 1. Anyways, all of that is crazy to say. So
it's a lot. It's a lot to dismiss.
So I apologize.
Oh, that you don't owe me an apology, man. We're all out here just just throwing turds at the wall and seeing if they stick. It's not, it's like my interviews. I've realized my interviews. What I need to do is start limiting the hearsay, because I need to speak of what I know and not speculate so much. It's because then you leave yourself open to criticism. And if things come back differently than the way you heard them, I mean, Jesse just talked about all the lies that get, perpetuated. I heard he bribed the maid. That's what somebody told me. So that's what I.
Did you hear me ask him that question?
No, I did not.
I asked him that question, and he said,
"What did he say?"
He said, whoever, somebody in the chat room could help me with this. It was like, whoever said that needs to be flogged with a dead carp or something.
Well, it didn't start with me, but it should have ended with me.
And I knew, yeah. I
So,
said,
but I
you and
think
her-
it's also a funny story to tell. It's like, really, Jesse was like that? But I guess he wasn't, you know. But no, it's you know, I mean, I can't even say nothing on that, man. You don't owe me an apology. Quest is free to feel how he wants to feel about it. My problem, you know, as I said before, was if you're just going to be dismissive, you can't be a historian. You know what I mean? Like,
Correct.
if you're going to be an authority, it's not about what you like. It's about what happened, you know?
And if you're feeling dismissive about a certain period of time, that's like 20 years of music, if you're dismissive about it, is that, if you're brought in to film it or be the director of it, is that segment going to get the love and the attention that it rightfully deserves? Or is it going to be, you know, just kind of like a quick mention because of the fact that doesn't fall within, you know, your area of magic, or your, you know, that's kind of annoying. And I know that's what you were most annoyed about, was the fact that you kind of felt like it was a little bit dismissive of how he felt about the era you guys were in, and
that's cool. And yes, I took it personally because it was my guy's era.
Yeah, right.
But the other thing I'd like to add, because I had some time to reflect about it, I think that because I saw some people making posts about, well, the signal chain changed, you know, in the 90s and everything got, you know, very compressed. Like, there's a lot of complaints about the engineering and like the sound quality and even like the production. And people are very critical of it, and that's fine. But what I think is that, and it's hard to do because once a song is presented to you in a certain way, you can't really, you know, I don't know, you know, you're kind of fixed on it. But I mean, I'm not sure that any of those factors have anything to do with the songwriting. Are you judging the songs for what they are? Or are you judging the approach that was taken? You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
It's like there's a lot of aesthetic complaints, but nobody ever says, oh, the lyrics were whack on that, or those chord changes didn't really make sense to me. They just complain about how it sounded and the fact that, you know, oh, there was rap involved. Wait a minute. Hold on. You know, so I mean, it's just something that I thought about, you know.
Yeah.
And we don't need to belabor the point. There's a lot of other stuff that we could touch quickly, and you know,
we are going to touch on some things, because here's the other thing too. As for the vault, because there's things that spin off of this Netflix Prince documentary being canceled. I don't know why I'm using air quotes, because it's canceled. It's dead. It's DOA. But as for the vault being locked up during this process, I was curious why it was like that in the first place. I mean, this is complete speculation here, not based on anything documented. So rumor and conjecture. But I believe at the time of this negotiation with Netflix, the estate had a lot of problems with back taxes that we had heard about. I think it was like in 2021, there was like 32 million in taxes or something like that. So maybe this deal really kind of helped them out of that, or some other financial situation. Because the only reason why I say that is because I can't imagine the estate willingly locking up their access to the vault for any length of period of time, unless it was like completely out of necessity. I mean, that's your primary source of income. I mean, to put yourself in a situation where you're going to have to ask somebody for permission to utilize something that's, you know.
Yeah, I don't understand that mechanism. That didn't make sense to me. Why would you forego? I wonder what kind of
it's an unfathomable position for the state.
It's just like, what kind of protection or security measures was the Netflix trying to? What were they trying to do by encumbering the estate's ability to do other things at the same time?
Well, I think, you know, Netflix's approach is that we want to, you know, put out a documentary that's going to surprise a lot of people and have a lot of content that people have never seen before.
Okay. So don't use anything we might be
right.
We let us have our pick first.
Correct. And I think why we got like the smatterings that we did during that period of time, as far as releases are concerned. I think that's kind of, you know, where it was. I mean, to be clear, as far as thank you to whoever was involved in getting access back to the vault. I'm
Sure.
a little disappointed that we're losing the documentary on as a result of this. I mean, I believe, and I don't believe actually, like many people, that Prince would have been canceled over as a result of whatever was in that documentary. If there was anything that was like completely insanely sensationalized, like we got with was Escape from Neverland or whatever the Michael Jackson one.
Oh, right. That did. Every time I see that interviewer, I get hot.
Yeah,
I get upset. It just felt like a setup to me.
Oh, it's so brutal, so brutal. We obviously know there's nothing we're remotely close to that. I mean, obviously there may have been some weird things that may have kind of come into the Maite realm of that. But I mean, other than some of the things that we've already heard people say, I've never seen a documentary where anybody said, "Oh my God, I just saw that documentary and I will never buy that person's music again." I mean, Living Neverland may have been one of the exceptions to that, because I think a lot of even DJs stopped playing his music for a period of time because they were like, whatever. But I'm still torn. If the powers that be are concerned about his legacy taking a hit, then that's fine. Fine, let's make a new one, whatever. Because we are, and I'm sure you are as well, we just want to hear the new music. This documentary is cool. It's fun. Great. Yeah, we want to see it. Sure, we want to see it. But majority of the people that are out here right now, we just want the music. Just want all we want.
That's exactly it. And not only that, I mean, I agree 100%, again, with what Jesse was saying about how, the certain aspects of this business are run on fabrications and lies, and you can't control the flow of information, and people can start rumors about you that don't have a modicum of truth to them, and who is it that said a lie what did they say? A lie can travel all over the world before the truth even gets up in the morning, something like that. It's like a lie can be all the way,
Even that paraphrasing is good.
Yes, it's just it's like you a lie will travel faster than the truth. It's just how it goes. Some people are salacious and they're thirsty for things to discuss, and they want to celebrate other people's downfall.
Well, the other thing too is that there were some people that did this film that kind of felt like I've seen people that were in the film that were kind of and have gone onto their social media accounts and really have shared their displeasure for the fact that the Netflix documentary was canceled, because they were interviewed in the documentary and it kind of felt like it was an opportunity to kind of tell their side of the story.
Sure.
But at the same time, the estate is like, well, this isn't your story.
That's valid also.
So it's going to be detractors no matter what. But the most important news out of this, obviously, is the vault.
Yes, I don't know who unfreed it, but at least now it's free.
Thank you.
Which means they can continue to be productive. We hope they make the best possible choices. I mean, there's enough music in that vault to prevent any redundancy at this point. They can reach beyond Purple Rain 2.0. They can get into some things that the real diehard fans really want their hands on.
People are for box sets, and I've mentioned this before. I went through this list the last time you were on the show about all of the landmark album anniversaries that are happening this year. And I mean, the state's already missed one.
Well, run it.
Yeah. So 40th anniversary of the Family album, which, side note, by the way, Susanna Melvoin and Paul Peterson did a post underneath the Family account. They are in the studio recording a brand new album as the Family, not F Deluxe.
Okay. Well, hey, fight for your legacy.
Let's see if something's coming out. I mean, yeah. So obviously the name thing is now freed up in some form or fashion. I don't know what happened with that. I asked Eric Leeds about that. I said, so you guys get to use the Family name again? He goes, I don't know.
Okay. Well, I mean, hey, listen, Prince set a lot of things in motion. You do know that Sonny Thompson had a band called The Family.
Yes.
Yes. So, I mean, even Prince stole it from that's the funny thing about ownership and where things land. It's like,
I still remember
Sonny's band broke up and Prince went, I'm going to use that name for something in the future. Prince saw everything in way, he saw what he wanted
Yeah.
way in front of his desires always exceeded his grasp. He moved through the world in a way to get to those things that he was already, listing when he was probably 16, 17. Sonny told me he was talking about working with Mavis Staples back then.
Mm.
Like Prince had a plan, man, and he knew who the true messengers were. And
Right.
he knew if he followed the steps he needed to take, he would be rubbing shoulders with then his peers,
Yeah. It's just,
essentially.
man, I'm just excited that there's so much of it. And again, the 40th anniversary of the Family album.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Go ahead.
I'm the one that went off the side. I went off on the tangent.
I can't even tell anymore, man.
Yeah, you and I always do this. The 40th anniversary of Around the World in a Day.
Oh yeah,
that one is. Yeah, I mean, it's just shocking that we're going to let this one go.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Where's the Under the Cherry Moon box set?
Right. Well,
man, are you kidding me?
It's the 35th anniversary of Graffiti Bridge, the 30th anniversary of Exodus, the 40th anniversary of Sheila E.'s Romance 1600.
Oh wow.
The 30th anniversary of the Gold Experience, the 35th anniversary of the Times Pandemonium, and then we just celebrated tonight the 40th anniversary of Jesse Johnson Revue, but the state doesn't have anything to do with that, but it's still a Mixolo classic. But those are a bunch of albums that the Family, Around the World in a Day, Graffiti Bridge, Exodus, Romance 1600, the Gold Experience, Pandemonium, those are all experiencing landmark album anniversaries this year. And these are all, they're not, somebody's being kicked to the I don't even know if they'll even get one or two of these out, but something's got to happen here.
That's a lot to just kind of, to be lost.
You can't let all these pass. You can't let all these anniversaries pass without any recognition. It's just, it seems insane, but it's going to have to be. They can't put all this out that quick.
I mean, but here's the thing to consider. I mean, and it's like, I don't mean to be critical of the estate. It can't be an easy job to do. You're trying to please everybody. And, some things are just not possible sometimes. Or some things just have to wait, I guess. But it's you're talking about a guy who released an album a year almost.
Yeah.
That's a lot to stay caught up on, and that's a lot of money going in or going out, and with the hopes that it's coming back in. I understand why they've milked the Purple Rain thing. I get it. It's kind of a sure bet if you want to cast the largest net. But the reality is that I guess I always saw Prince as I always just sort of felt him to be an independent artist who was on a major label. You know what I mean? Like, he had a lot of authority that a lot of other artists did not have, and he had his way with pop culture for, to me, the better part of 10 years,
right.
It's, it's a lot, man. It's just a lot. So I don't know if they need somebody who really, I don't know, maybe they don't need anybody at all. I don't really know what goes on out there. I'm just saying, I agree with you. That's a lot of great music that, and some of it, probably hasn't even been, converted into the digital realm yet. Can you find all of that somewhere online? I went looking for Sex Shooter. I couldn't find it.
Sex Shooter is a weird one. Because I don't know what happened with that Apple A6 album, but even if you try to look for the video on YouTube, it's not anything that's officially released. It's like, it's like out there from some rogue person who recorded it off of VH1 or something. It's like really weird. I don't know what's going on with that track. There's something else.
We were thinking about playing it at the show in April, but I'm like, I gotta send out copies of the Purple Rain the movie just so they learn the right version.
Yeah. So I'm assuming that you're excited about the cancellation. Not excited, but you're relieved that the Netflix Prince documentary came on. Not that you had any specific investment in the documentary, because you wisely decided not to participate in it.
I was
But
on the cusp. She called me just like she called everybody else. And first I said yes. And the next day I called back and said, I don't feel right about it. I feel like you guys are, you're trying to get me in the gotcha. It feels like a hit, feels like a smear job. I can't, ignore my feelings. And she tried to talk me into it, but I had a bad experience with like Reels TV or somebody where they took everything I said out of context and painted a very, dim picture,
yeah,
So it's just like, and then, I talked to John Bream about that. He said it seemed like they really wanted me to say something bad, say something destructive. It's like, well, why would you encourage somebody to do that? If it happens, it happens, but if you're encouraging people to bring forth the most controversial, and negatively skewed, it's just, I just don't like the idea of a documentary about Prince being made by somebody who wasn't even a fan of his music, really. That's what I understand, is that Ezra Edelman, discovered Prince later in life, and he wasn't, he didn't, I'm sure he went into it without any sense of a need to protect. His job was to expose as far as he was concerned.
well, I asked the question, who do you think should probably do this new version? The two I keep getting was like, see if there's any possible way that Ava DuVernay will come back, or Spike Lee.
Wow, Spike would be the real call to me, because I think that he could probably deliver an even keeled picture. I feel like he and Prince knew each other. Spike, the first time I met Spike was at Paisley. He flew out to talk to Prince. I think it was about Girl 6. And he asked Prince, he said, I'm in a black man's building. Where the black employees at? He said, where are the black people in Minnesota? And Prince said, there aren't any. And then Spike challenged him. No, you can't convince me, Prince, that there's not some young boy in the hood, not one of us, who would like to learn some of the skills. It's like Spike kind of took Prince to task, man. It was funny. It's funny how some people are not just afraid to just say what is. Like he didn't feel a need to pander or dumb it down. He's Spike. He dresses all crazy and he doesn't care what you think.
Right, exactly. So going back to the vault being open, sorry, Jesse was texting me.
Oh, please.
Going back to the list of songs that are experiencing the album release, well, the landmark dates, which of those would you be the most excited to see?
Oh man, that's a good question. I don't know if I can answer what one I think I'd want to see, but I can tell you where the heartbreak's at for me. I can definitely say that, I'll just be honest. I think that the movie Graffiti Bridge killed the momentum of the soundtrack to Graffiti Bridge.
There's probably some truth to that, I'd imagine.
We were at Wembley when it went number one. Three Thieves in the Temple went number one. We were playing that night. We actually worked it up to play it in the set that night at Wembley. I'm sorry, somebody caught my attention. No disrespect to Spike. Prince helped and supported plenty of black people throughout. Yes, but he did so in secrecy because, partly because of who he was and partly because of the religion that his chosen religion. Prince generally didn't want people to know about his acts of charity, or, he was never looking for credit. I heard Susan Rogers say in an interview that he used to play children's hospitals all the time. Like they carried the extra equipment to play for, people who were less fortunate or couldn't come out to the shows. But he did so with one rule, saying that he didn't want any press involved. Prince never wanted credit for his good deeds. So,
Yeah.
I understand what they're saying. Yeah, Prince definitely did a lot for the Black community, you know, but again, it's like a lot of people didn't know. And I'm talking about, this is like 1994, you know, so it's, you know, I mean.
Well, out of the list, most people, you're seeing his chat.
Okay, so also I was going to say the Gold Experience, that was a missed opportunity. That record sat on the shelf too long. While a bunch of squabbling, while a bunch of fighting was going on, I think that had the Gold Experience had its proper push, and Warner Brothers had been behind it, you know, I think that it's without the controversy, I think the record probably would have done pretty well. You know,
well, he was trying his best just to kind of shake it. It was like he's right there at the finish line, but he was just.
We were playing those songs for over a year before the record even came out. It's like by the time it came out, we were on a whole different vibration, you know?
Yeah, it was. It's just
so I'm like, you can't, some things I don't think you can get back.
Well, and when I look at the list here, I'm also taking into consideration, in order to make any of these a super deluxe, I'm thinking of the content that I'm aware of only by rumor of the content that is sitting in the vault that could make up a super deluxe and kind of, you know, add a bunch of songs around it. Like Around the World in a Day would be fantastic, because I also know there's many songs that are sitting in the vault from that era that would make a unbelievable. Obviously, Parade is the one I'm most excited to see, because there's so much things that they can do with it, with the film and everything, but Parade's not on the list. It doesn't have, it can be, but it's not celebrating any landmark anniversary this year. I think that happens.
I got you. Okay.
That happens next year. So get ready next year.
That's fine. I'm just saying, like, what I'm really interested in is are the places where Prince used his influence and his power to express himself more accurately. I think Around the World in a Day is incredible.
Unbelievable.
I think the soundtrack to Parade is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
I think Sign of the Times is incredible. You know, I mean, they did that one though. Yeah. They did Sign of the Times.
Toy Johnson said, well, the song's a year long and have been played 4 months.
when they put it on the rack is not all over the place. Yeah,
she's quoting lyrics there
from Joy and Repetition. I know. Come on, man! It's where I live here.
No, I know. I was doing it for the other people in the chat room.
Okay, I bet they knew. They probably caught it.
There's gonna be some that don't. I listen to stuff all the time, and it's like sometimes I'll listen to like a music interview, like maybe Howard Stern has become really, really good at doing some good interviews. He used to be a mess, but he's really, you know, toned down. He's really good at digging in. But a lot of times I'll be listening to it, and there'll be things that are said that I guess they assume other people know that are listening, and you know, and
I got you.
It's always good to kind of just fill in those gaps for those.
I got you, man. I just feel like we're in the information age. Anything you want to know, other than who shot President Kennedy, is out there. You know.
Yeah. Who knows now? I haven't seen the new unclassified or classified files that have been released on that.
Oh. You know what? I watched some show on Netflix where they talked about it, and it was like this guy was telling this other guy that he's like that the Zapruder film was doctored, and he's saying that the driver was the one who shot Kennedy. I can't remember what I was watching. Anyway, we digress. Let's get back to the.
Anyways, I'm excited about all of it. I'm glad that I really have no duck in the hunt as far as the Netflix documentary. I know a lot of people are upset about it, but if people would just take a step back and go, is this something we really need? Yeah, it would be great. Yeah, just do whatever you're going to do. We want the music. That is what we're focused on. That's what we want. That's
we
need
the music more than we need
the
doc. I mean, and also, I agree with Jesse in respect to the fact that it's like, we live in a different world right now. People can't wait to be offended. At every turn, people are, pulling together social groups to stamp out, that 100 people over there, and that, you know what I mean? It's like, everybody makes a big deal out of everything now.
Yeah,
And it won't go well.
Yeah.
I think the estate was wise to protect Prince's legacy
yeah.
in
I
this
think,
respect, because you can't quantify what the feedback is going to be. Yeah, concert footage. Actually, they got other films they can put out
oh yeah,
about some of those concerts. You know, they probably have transferred. I mean, he professionally shot every show on the Diamonds and Pearls tour. You know, so I'm sure he did that probably on every tour. There's probably just a backlog of just incredible shows. You know, I mean, personally, I'd rather see that.
And I've heard people keep screaming about, let's do the MPG Music Club, redo the MPG Music Club, redo it so that those types of things can come out, that concert footage, because literally if he's recorded every single concert, that means there's pretty decent recordings, video wise and audio wise, of all of those shows, all those offshoots, all those different jam sessions that just kind of sparked, all those after parties, all those things that are out there and locked up in the vault. And there is enough material to be able to put it out and drip it out. And I think I saw somebody in the chat room say they could make literally tens of millions of dollars every single year from people that would be willing to sign on and get that regular fix.
It's the smartest thing they could do, because Prince has I don't know how many other artists have.
U2 does. If you're going to talk about people that have music clubs, U2 does. They have a pretty significant one. So does Dave Matthews Band. There's a bunch of bands that are out. John Mayer. There's a bunch of different bands that have a regular subscription type of service where you can kind of go. I joined U2's a long time ago, and then I canceled because it was getting expensive. But some of the stuff they would send out, this is not available. It's called U2 Experience. And this is not available to the general public, but it was only things that they sent to people that were in this group. And
I mean, I think there's enough people. There's enough diehard like Prince fans to make that a successful revenue stream. We all anybody who's a real Prince fan is all in. They want to see what was he up to, what was he doing, what was he thinking. You know, oh, this is an interesting song. So I wonder what that is about. I mean, you're talking about somebody who was so prolific in their output. I mean, he was just a faucet with no turnoff valve. You know, he just song after song after song, leaving rehearsal to go to the studio. You know, and coming back, and then we go in the studio to see what he was working on before that. And Mike get pulled into the process. That happened all the time. It was like a leaky faucet. Prince he couldn't control it.
Yeah, I mean, and that just like what watered light. This is the second time I put your name up, and I don't know. Water lilied, is that what it is? Water lied. It says, "Oh yeah, easy passive income for the estate, other than replacing purple rain." Yeah, good point.
And you don't have anybody to argue with about it. Just do your thing.
You basically come up with. You can preset that up, and you don't have to do like a whole bunch of work, because a lot of that stuff was already pretty well mastered, but just kind of putting it out there and dripping it out, and it's not something that you have to worry about as far as, because you're not going to run out of content like at all.
Right. You could keep. Was it Sonny who said that about? Said, what if somebody wanted to hear everything that was released from the vault? And Sonny said, you'd be sitting there for like 20 years. I've said that like that. I don't remember the time amount, but he was just like,
I said that
sitting for hours and hours and hours.
You'd be sitting there for years, and then on your deathbed, you'd be like, all right, I made it all the way to the end. And then somebody would come up and whisper in your ear, oh yeah,
they found another. Yeah, there was a secret vault in the vault.
It was insane. So ridiculous.
I mean, you don't know how many songs I was like, wow, this is going to be cool when he finishes it. And it just never hit the light of day. You know, all sorts of stuff just got put back in. And it wasn't necessarily because he was dissatisfied. Sometimes I think it got too deep for him.
Those after parties that you guys did were unreal. Some of those shows and concerts that you guys did, I mean, they're already at legendary status as it is, and they haven't even been released. Imagine if they actually saw official releases. It'd be like,
well, I'm saying that live from the Glam Slam performance, that's a throw off. He wanted to just kind of let's see what we're doing here.
yeah, but he set that up with Scott McCullough and those guys, and just really kind of set the bar and just had all those cameras. And I'm sure that wasn't the only time he did that. Do you remember other shows that he kind of gave it similar treatment with videos and stuff?
Yes, but the what makes the Glam Slam DVD different is literally we just got the horn section. They didn't really even understand Prince's language on stage, like the cues and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
They had been in the studio, but they hadn't been on stage with us, you know. So you can see them looking like frantic, like Mike Nelson is looking back and forth and watching Prince, you know. And sometimes, you know, there's a couple minor mistakes here and there, you know. Like you hear people kind of, you know, you're on the one and you hear somebody make a little stab here or there, you know. It's raw. We weren't in fine form yet. By the time we got to touring later that year, oh man, we were so much better, and we're great even in that moment. Like it may not have been perfect, but there's a spirit running through us, you know, running through that room on that show, man. When Prince is dancing like a crazy person on the bar at the at the under end of the club, like I was back in the corner, I couldn't see any of that, you know. But then I see how hard he was dancing in them shoes. It's like there could have been, you know,
on a bar
on the beach, you know, spilled here and there. Like he could have slipped off of there and, you know, really hurt himself. But he went all the way on it. He knew what it was going to look like. He had the foresight. He's like, if I don't completely dance like I'm, you know, with authority, it's not going to look like I want it to look. You see him committed. Like he's dancing like he was dancing on the stage, just on a path this narrow, you know?
Yeah, but he's always going to go with, I mean, again,
he will go the extra mile.
I've seen him 27 times in concert, and that this is including after parties and whatnot. But the reality of it is that I've never seen a show where he did not give his all. Like it was just like he was always just, it didn't even matter if he wasn't feeling well. The Atlanta concert, his final show, he was feeling like total garbage. It was already canceled one time and moved.
But he reached deep down.
And when for those who have heard that show, which is unreleased, by the way, I was there and I heard it there, but I've also heard it afterwards as well. Uh-huh. But I can tell you, it's just as magic. It is just as magic.
Yes, and you know, I was actually, it gave me some solace to hear somebody else talking about. I don't remember who it was. It might have been Fink. I was really fascinated with Fink recently, and I watched a bunch of his interviews, but I'm not sure it was him. But somebody said, you know, even Prince would say, "I don't always feel like it. I don't know, you know, it's not, you know, to me, in my mind, in my 20-year-old mind, I was like, this dude loves the stage. He's unstoppable. You can't keep him from it." But the reality was he had a responsibility. Like he took his responsibility as an entertainer and an artist seriously. And it's for the fans. It was not for himself. He felt like if God is going to send me this material, if God is going to allow this greatness to occur, I have to obey.
Right.
That's really how he conducted himself. I never heard him say that, but that's what his life said.
Yeah, and that's what everybody's supposed to do. If God blesses you with something like a voice or a musicianship like he had, or you know,
he gave it to you to use it.
Whatever it is that your strength is that God gave you, you need to be able to use it in order to properly align yourself with the trajectory that he has planned for you. And
yes, that's why
constantly in touch with that. No, he was constantly in touch with that.
Yes, one thing that a lot of people don't understand is that when we have a passion for something,
right,
there's something on the other end that is reaching out to you also. Like there's a reason you want what you want. You know what I mean? It's not just you casting your desires into the universe and hoping for the best. When you have these feelings internally, I'm just speaking from my own experience and like kind of the book of Bland, I guess. Like
Yeah.
there is a mutual condition going on. Like something in your universe or within your realm is calling you to that. You don't just want it for no reason.
Right.
You
keep
know?
your- to it.
Yeah. You know.
That's
And also people say that, it's it's not what you attract, but it's, what you entertain. So you do have to make the right choices. There's always stuff out there calling you that, if I go in Speedway or 7-Eleven, the Twinkies are going to be calling me. I love you, Twinkies, and Twinkies, you love me too, but it's not going to work.
I know. Yeah,
I'm going to get home and eat my broccoli and my, sorry, Twinkies. I know you want me and I want you, but I can't do it.
Yeah, it's just unreal.
So you got to be careful what you entertain. But I really think that, whatever you are passionate about, like that's what I advocate. But I also know that the chances of somebody ending up in my position are slim to none. I work with one of the most prolific artists in history. I worked through his process with him. It's the most. I used to kick myself after Prince died and say to myself, I wish I could have been a better friend to Prince. Like I wonder if there was a way I could have been of more use to him, like not just in his work, but in his life. But really, his work was his life, and somebody made me. I don't remember who said it, but somebody made me realize that's as intimate as you can get. If you're involved in the work of an artist, he's trusting you. They're trusting you with their vision. That's it doesn't get deeper than that.
And we're just so blessed to have been in his orbit. It's just, it's just, there's not cars like that don't pass you every day, right? Right.
Listen, you could do it all day. You could quote him. And the reality is that he poured his life into his music because that's how he wanted to be remembered. The documentary is what it is. It's not necessary. And I really, can I take this little like adjunct? I know you got to go, man. You've been on here for 4 hours.
It's fine. No, dude.
Are you a truck driver? What are you peeing in? What are you?
I'll make sure that I completely excavate.
I'm sorry, man. That was
I make sure. Well, and I had a couple things going. I mean, first off, that's what I do.
You got a mason jar under that desk? What are you?
No. I can hold it. That's
okay. All right. Oh, me too. I take long trips. Also from drumming all these years, I've got edema, so my ankles swell up anyway. I retain water no matter what. I'm old, man. It just,
I told everybody, I said, tonight's going to be a long show. Get ready.
I don't mean to make it longer, but can we address
it's fine. Sure.
The Kendrick Lamar Super Bowl halftime? Just a minute. We don't have to.
No, I want to hear what you have to say, and I'll give my perspective.
I've been in. I'll say to every black person watching, you need one white friend that you can be 100% honest with, and they can be 100% honest with you. I have that, and we were talking, and I asked myself, I didn't watch the halftime show while it was live. I watched it after because I don't care for football. It doesn't do anything for me. And I'll try to keep this clean. I don't want to make a big thing out of it. But my friend kept saying, like, I was at a Super Bowl party, and Kendrick came on, and it was mostly professional white people, middle upper class, and they were like, what was that? It was like they weren't offended necessarily, but they were just like, well, I didn't find that entertaining. I don't know what this is about. You're like, well, do you think our team's gonna be able to pull it together? Right. It was like that. It's kind of, they were sort of just unaffected.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
but meanwhile,
America had no idea what was happening.
Meanwhile, Trump stands up. All he needs to know is, I don't see any white people on the field right now. It must be time for me to bounce. There's no way he understood the idiomatic language of black youth. He didn't know what to be offended about, so he just kind of used his eyes to assess the situation. It was like, this is where I leave you. You know?
Yeah. Well, and the thing about you're to finish your thought.
Okay,
Go ahead.
well, okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to.
No, go ahead.
My thing is that my friend's argument had to do with, if you get an opportunity like that, why cloak everything you're doing in, like metaphors and things that everybody's not going to get? And I had to tell him about the danger of crossing over, and, I remember watching an interview of Patrice O'Neill. It's talking about, do you know who that is?
Rest in peace. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Everybody should know who Patrice O'Neill is.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Elephant in the room.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, incredible. But he talked about how all of his, I mean, you see in a documentary, all his friends, like, we always kept trying to push him, like, listen, play the game and let the world in on who you are, man. You could be a huge star. And his argument was, well, what if it doesn't work out? I can't go back to what I was. Not only that, as you head up the scale, different things are going to be asked of you. You're going to make promises that you really don't want to keep. There's a lot to lose on the other side of being crossover, And so I said, no, he did what he needed to do to protect, his work. He's an artist first. He's an entertainer second. I don't think Kendrick is any sort of spectacular performer, but I think that, I didn't know until recently that he got a Pulitzer Prize. Like, he's certainly got enough external validation to tell him he's on the right track.
Yeah, for an album that he should not have gotten it for. He got it for Damn, but he should have.
Just the fact that he got one, period.
Yeah, he should have gotten it for To Pimp a Butterfly, because that was a far superior album to Damn, in my opinion.
Okay. I'm not trying to match wits. I'm just saying.
I get it. But see, that's the thing. I am a big Kendrick Lamar fan. I've seen him four times. I've seen him 4 times in concert. But
all right, I'm not.
But I get where you're going with Halftime, and I can tell you what happened.
Well, okay. Would you want to give your synopsis?
Well, here's the thing. First off, white America had no idea what was happening. Matter of fact, let me here. If you look at my wall over here, that right next to that's Kendrick Lamar on that green poster that's over there, and there's me and Kendrick hanging out at Lakewood. So I've seen him. The thing with Kendrick is he is an highly, highly intelligent individual, and he spends a lot of time embedding political statements and cultural statements into his music, like a lot of rap does. But the way that he does it, you really have to dig and you really have to analyze what he's saying, because some of it is like and that's one of the reasons why him and Prince kind of aligned a lot, is because Prince invited him out.
So whoever asked him to do the halftime show, they knew what they were asking for.
Well, yeah, but I don't think they knew what the result was going to be, because if you actually paid attention to everything that was going on, there was a bunch of things that were happening that you missed. Like when he had the Bloods and the Crips, the red, white, and blue, making
all that America on the backs of blacks. Yeah, build on the backs of blacks. Yes.
And then when he dropped, but a lot of people didn't see that though. A lot of people were just kind of, well, this is kind of their color coordinated.
You know why? Because they're not trained to look for it.
And then
halftime's supposed to be about, hey, give me another beer. Oh, are the Stones on yet? It's supposed to be that. Right. They're not tuning in to be educated.
Right. And then when they all dropped, when they did the overhead, and they all dropped, and every single one of them dropped in the shape of a swastika. I don't know if you saw that. There was a lot of political statements that were being made.
Yes, he took his shot, because when you're black, you got to take every opportunity you can to fight to fight against the subjugation of your people. It's incumbent upon you. If you reach a point where you can say something, you have got to represent. It's the code. I don't think white people understand that, because every day somebody white saying something that you got to listen to. So for a young black man to take a stage like that in front of that many people, and risk the credibility of his career saying what he really feels, that's important. Even if I don't, he's not my favorite rapper. I don't have any Kendrick's records. I don't necessarily care for his music, but I will always fight for any young black, intelligent, artistic person to speak upon what they see and their experience in this country.
There's a lot of rap that I don't get. Like some of the
I didn't say I didn't get him. I just said I don't care for him.
that I don't care for. There's like my alignment with hip hop, and as far as there's certain bands that I like. I like The Roots. I like Kendrick Lamar. I like Diggable Planets. I like some of the bands that have like that flow to them, and there's actually some musical, there's good music behind it. That's kind of what drew me to Kendrick, was when he was doing The Pimp a Butterfly on the Kunta's Groove tour.
No, I got it, man. The artistry is there.
The whole band thing.
Yes.
Yeah, he missed it. Yeah, he missed it.
No, yes. I'm just saying that, and I'm trying to hook this back into the Prince thing, because to put out that documentary is to take delicate information and let the world have its way.
Right.
And who deserves that? They didn't do Elvis like that. They're not going to do McCartney like that when he goes. And that's why sometimes you can't tell the unmitigated truth to everybody, because they'll use it to destroy you.
That's right.
He speaks the way he speaks, because when he's doing that, I think about the fact that, in Africa, like Swahili was the language that everybody spoke, so they could speak, like they could have a conversation in one native tongue, and outsiders didn't know what they were talking about. And sometimes that's necessary. You got to put walls around. You got to protect what's precious to you. Mm-hmm. And nobody knows about protecting blackness more than black people.
That's right.
That's what I mean? So if they got to stand still for 20 minutes or 12 minutes while Kendrick was on stage giving a history lesson, to a bunch of people who didn't really want to hear it. Like, first off, that takes
what they were hearing. That wasn't the problem. The problem was they didn't know what they were hearing, because it was like,
you're right. You're absolutely right. I keep skipping that point, that they didn't even know what to be mad about, except they didn't see anybody they recognized, and it didn't really inspire them to get up and move.
Right. Yeah. It's like
they tuned in for something else, and they got Kendrick, and that's fine. They didn't understand it, but they knew it was something they're supposed to rebuke. How is that? How can you tell if you don't understand the content? How can you judge it correctly? So that means they're judging it based on a different criteria.
That's correct. Yeah, that's they got to be able to absorb what you're saying to them.
And that's what I'm saying, is that if Prince's life is up for grabs, they do the same thing to him. Yeah, they can take what they want, they can twist it however they choose. They get it's like and I don't mean to come off like an egghead, but the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, right? Incredible. I didn't agree with everything he said, but if I'm not let me not speak from what I don't know. But what I understand is that some of the doctrine of Nazism was written based on some of his work, like where he's talking about like the Uberman, like the Overman, like the Superman, like all of that. Like they really basically took it, and twisted it till it could be used for their own plans. Obviously, right. How many people take the Bible and just go wherever they want with it, to try to justify whatever, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's it's like, I don't.
Yeah.
Yes. It's
yeah.
I'm just saying, information. We're living in an age where people are in a hurry to be offended. I don't. I think they did the right thing, but not sacrificing Prince in that way. He was always more true to the music, than most of the other artists that I would say than most of his contemporaries. You know what I mean? I feel like he said what was really on his mind, and he's like, well, if you like it, great. If you don't, that's fine. Somebody made the point that it's like you hear a lot of people, Prince is, some people like him, some people don't, but you never hear anybody just saying, oh man, Prince sucked.
Yeah.
Because you recognize the artistry. He protected his own artistry by shutting the world out,
You can always find something for anybody. You can always find something that Prince has done that will, like, even an old elderly person that's not into, he's got something. He's got something that you would like to hear. It's just, you just haven't heard it. So
sure, absolutely. So I guess I don't mean to exhaust the point.
No.
I just wanted to touch that and say, you don't know what it's. Some people don't know what it's like. When I go into a restaurant, if it's me and my friends go into a restaurant and we're the only Black people there, sometimes we consider leaving.
Really?
We really do. Because I know somebody in that place is going, oh, great. Here that's why I moved out here, is to get away from them. What do you
imagine what they were like with the Super Bowl? If our Super Bowl was like, oh, there's too many.
Yeah, that's too many. It's too many, But again, it's like, I don't want any trouble. And I don't want to go where I'm tolerated. I want to go where I'm celebrated.
Right.
And I also know that when I'm dining in a room full of white people, I am their example for Blackness for the next 90 minutes. Like, I have the weight of their scrutiny on my shoulders. That's what it's like.
That's weighty.
That's a condition.
The other part you're not seeing also is that if I am a white person sitting at an all Black table eating, I am also that is on me as far as how is he acting? How is he communicating with everybody? Is he standoffish? Is he is he open? Is he? I think he's racist. Let's look for anything racist. Let's see.
I understand. Yeah, no, there is certain kinds of Black people that will really take that opportunity to give you what for, to test you and see where you're going. Yeah. I got it. I understand, man. It's like it can work both ways. Unfortunately, Black people are very informed on the ways of white folks, because you know your oppressor better than your oppressor knows their self. That's why women are spot on about men, because they've been, yes, you know more about your oppressor than your oppressor knows about themselves. So when women say, if I had the option to sleep, in a room with a grizzly bear or a man that I don't know, I'll take the grizzly bear. There's a reason for that.
Luckily,
we've done our time, man. I don't, unless you
the
got anything else.
that we all have is obviously music.
Yes,
and I absolutely positively will not let you go without doing yet another push for the Together.
I'll be glad to. Absolutely. Listen, if you haven't got your tickets, they're moving quicker than any of us expected. So please go and get them, because we're pulling out all the stops. You got what?
I said I got to get my ticket. I haven't.
Get your tickets, man. Otherwise, you'll be watching the show from the dressing room, like on the side.
Yeah, I'll find somewhere.
Stand by the monitor guy or something. Yeah, but this is I'm really feeling a need to get out there and play Prince's music correctly, and I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody else, but I know what I know what's to come. I know what my people can do.
It's gonna be amazing.
So I'm interested in my basic interest is in raising the standard all around. I'm trying to give people something they have to catch up to, because by the time I'm finished with this, everybody is going to know what this is about.
And if you want to see it in action, it's happening April 19th.
Well, you catch it at the beginning. This is where it starts.
That's right. Unless you saw it last year. If you saw it last year.
Yes, that was a little different show. And God bless him, I couldn't get Sonny to commit to this one, which is why Rick Rock from Mint Condition is going to be playing bass. And also a situation had happened with guitar players. And I figured, well, let me get Homer. Odell, great guitar player, been listening to, man, we used to mess around with Prince back when I was in Mint Condition. Odell was playing all Prince's solos note for note and everything, so I mean, just in rehearsal,
What about Lawrence Law? What about him? Law, LAW. Lawrence Worrell. He was from he did He's got his own group, LAW, and why am I drawing a blank? Probably because
Who are we talking about? We talking about the keyboard player from Mint?
no.
Okay.
Talking about when you need it, when you're in need for other guitarists. He's done lots of different events. He's never been a part of a celebration and everything, but his band is fantastic.
Well, I needed certain qualifications for the body of work we're doing. This is a different show. This is more like what I'm planning on bringing to the public and to Live Nation if they want to bite, you know. And I'll have guests from every part of Prince's universe in my band. I'll have Des come out for some shows. I'll have Brown Mark come out for some shows. We got Fink at this show, you know. Hey, listen, if I get Apollonia's number, I'll call. You know, if we're in her city, why not? You know, I want to make it a place where everybody in Prince's universe can come and play, and the standard will be kept high, and the people will be entertained.
Mm-hmm. And again, Saturday, and I made this easy because the tickets went on sale today, and I made it easy so you can go to funkatopia.com/NPG. I mean, can't get any easier than that.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the tickets are running, but it's a tribute to the music of Prince. It's got members of the new power generation, including yours truly here, Michael Bland, Tommy Barbarella, Levi Caesar Jr., Dr. Fink of the Revolution, Homer, Rick from Mint Condition, G Sharp, JB. It's going to be a big thing.
Oh, man. Yeah, I can't wait.
Amazing. Hopkins, Minnesota, and there's a dance party that's going to be happening after with DJ Dudley D about 5 or 10 minutes away, or something like that.
That's right. I'm sure he'll he'll probably put the proper little handbills and whatnot all over the place, so people will know where to go after.
Man, it's going to be just phenomenal.
But I mean, I had to God bless you. You saw like the one from last year where we kind of went deep. Like, I can't go quite as deep if I'm going to take it on the road, So I'm glad you got to see that. Like, I can't bring back blood on the sheets.
Yeah, I was going to say blood on the sheets was like, I was walking to something. I can't remember. I was getting a refill on my drink. I think I was, and I was walking across the floor, and you guys started into blood. Jeez, I was like, what's happening? People just now heard this song because around the time it was released, when they officially released it on that set, it had only been out. What seemed like 6 months or something. I don't know. It was like something really, really soon. I mean, the song had been around, but as far as people being able to have heard it out in public, it was just like it was a shock that you guys. That's amazing.
And I'm saying I did that to I'm like, that's how deep my pocket goes. I'm not scared to play any of it.
Pocket protector.
The pocket protector. Hold up, Bobby G. Bobby G said, "Hit me up, man. I'll go looking for you, Bobby. Get at me on Instagram or something, man, or I'll go looking for you." Bobby G, actually, he'd be great for some of this. Bobby G played with the Time when I met him, and incredible guitar player. I think he's from out west. He's probably from Oakland, somewhere thereabouts. Man. But great guitar player. Yes, Bobby. Yes, let's talk, man. But yeah, so I guess I'm just saying, it's like, my band can play anything from any record, and we just might, Yeah, so since we got Fink, I want to honor, the work that he, some of the songs he played on,
during the Magic years, or
yeah, yes, the Magic years. Why not bring back the Magic years? I'll do it for Quest. Do it for Quest. Bring back the Magic years. I'm trying, Quest. I really am.
I got to get the two of you on the show. I got to get him on the show. I got to.
It's like it's all friendly fire, man. Let him have his say. I'll get on with Quest. I'll be respectful. It's not like I'm generally respectful of all people. I don't feel like I don't really mess with anybody unless they stick their hand through the bars, into my cage. I don't mess with nobody, and I feel like he just kind of did that a little bit. So I had to sound off about it.
There you go.
I don't have any malice. I'm all for education and growth, just like the next person. I don't know it all. I'm trying to get there, man. I'm trying to learn and refine my process and be a proper human being about things.
I get it. I
don't want anything from this life that anybody else. It's like I'm not asking for more than the next person. Just a regard for the fact that I have, you know, I possess. How do I even say it? Most people have. All people have something to offer. You know, sometimes it's a matter of time. Sometimes it's a matter of personal reflection. I mean, I have recently realized in my own life that I attract greatness. I've started to look at, you know, not only my wife, or, you know, or one of my friends, or, you know, or this person or that person. The people in my immediate circle are also a reflection of me. So I've started to, once the epiphany came, I started accepting their counsel more seriously. Like, it's like I'm really listening, because if we are ultimately a reflection of each other, you know, it's like what you're saying is not separate from me. I am a part of what's going on when you respond, you know, if that makes any sense.
No, it does.
I believe in quantum entanglement. You can call me crazy. I have the same birthday as not Thomas Edison, but Einstein and Quincy Jones. So, you know, and what's weird is that I dress pretty monochromatically. Like, I wear basically black every day, all day. Einstein wore the same clothes the same combination of clothing every day. You know, Quincy had a penchant for going off about, like, knowing how to, like, he knew all music. And that's really was my impulse also. I saw him mention, like, you know, hey, listen, we can swing, we can bebop, but I can also schottisch, you know. And one of the first beats my drum instructor taught me was the schottisch. I live in Minnesota. A polka gig fell in my lap every once in a while, and don't think I wasn't ready. Okay.
Wow. I didn't even know what a schottisch was.
A schottisch is it's a polka waltz, sort of.
Oh, okay.
It's in 3/4. You didn't, unless you're Polish, you don't really need to know.
Yeah,
it's all right. But I'm just saying, like, just to sum up that whole thing with Quest, it's like I'm a different, you know, perhaps we're just different about it. You know, I mean, I don't do what I do for my own pleasure. I get pleasure out of it. But, you know, there's a reason why you can have 10 different drummers sit on the same set, and it sounds completely like a different set. Like, your sound is like your sound is like your face. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, it's same with piano. You can have 12 different dudes sit down at the piano, and it sounds completely different. You know,
right.
So, you know, I'm just doing what I can with the voice that God gave me. That's it.
And I'm glad that you did, and that's glad.
Where we can, because I heard you talking about that earlier. Can I say one more thing before you adjourn?
Yeah, go ahead.
When Jesse was mouthing that bass line from Prince, he said, "Man, you should have heard it," because Prince was, that shit right there was so funky, my neck got tight. He was he said Prince was playing some like flashlight keyboard bass on it, and he's wow. I was like, what did Jesse just say? He said, "Round, shut up." Like, that was funky right there.
Well, it's Jesse.
I'm crazy.
You can't escape. No. Guys got it.
I'm crazy. I'm sorry, Mr.
Oozing out of every single one of his pores.
He's crazy as a sprayed roach, and so am I. We all nuts.
Yeah, it's gonna be just ridiculous.
Bobby G said Jesse is so underrated. Bobby G, you're underrated, man. Anyway,
yeah,
sorry. Yeah.
No, I wanted to thank you for coming back on, because you came in, like, you guys don't know this, but he came in in the pre-show we talked a little bit about it, and he Michael literally sat in the green room the entire Jesse Johnson interview just so we could hang out and come back for this segment for you guys afterwards, and that's so awesome, man.
Yes, I turned the camera off and I muted it, but I kept the headphones on.
Yeah, it was just amazing, amazing. Well, Mr. Michael, I'm going to let you go, but thank you once again. Again, do not forget about this big event happening on April 19th.
My man.
Find out all about it right at funkatopia.com/NPG. Make sure you get your tickets.
Yes. Put the pressure on me, Mr. Christopher. I can take it.
Yeah, I'm going to. We're gonna sell this thing out. We have to make sure it gets sold out.
Pressure, man. The pressure, brother.
Yep, it is. Dun, dun, dun. Am I going to think of Queen or Billy Joel when you say pressure? I don't know which one I'm going
I was thinking about Sounds of Blackness. The pressure.
I was thinking Billy Joel was the first one that came to my mind.
Oh no,
It's more
that's a good one. Yeah.
pressure. All right, Michael. Thank you so much, brother. Have a good night.
We doing that. Okay, man. Thank you.
Not
so
doing
much.
anything else. Not going to do anything on you.
Get them tickets, y'all.
Get those tickets. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to the one and only Michael Bland.
Yay.
All right, and let me just say thank you guys so much for hanging out. We went very, very late. Started at 7:45, and now it is about quarter after midnight here in Atlanta. This is a long show. Probably will not be a show next week, but I did, before I let you go, if there's anybody that happens to be in and around or in driving distance of Atlanta, tomorrow night, February 12th, I am going to be at Smith's Old Bar. I'm not playing. I'm actually attending a concert there. There's a London funk band that I've been telling you guys about for a couple years now, a band called High Fade, and they're out of London, and they happen to be in town in Atlanta. You can actually check their website. I can't remember what it is. highfademerch.com, I think, is one of the sites you can get to a bunch of stuff. They're on Facebook also. But they're touring all over the place. You need to go see them. It's a trio, and they play this kind of very erratic, like the Police, but they're funk. And it's very, very cool. So it's kind of meters, kind of high energy. But I'm going to be there tomorrow night, February 12th. I'm going to be there to check them out. And I'm also going to be interviewing them and taking photos and kind of doing my thing as press. So that's probably the interview that you'll see next Tuesday. But I wanted to make sure that if you guys happen to be in and around Atlanta, come on down. You got to make sure you get your tickets. Smith's Old Bar. It's tomorrow night. High Fade. You need to go check it out. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I hope that you guys will go because it's going to be an amazing, amazing time. There's all these people giving love to Michael as he's walking out the door. All you fine folks. And there's so many things in here. Anyways, yes, Suni says it's in my town. Yeah, just definitely check out their calendar. You need to check these guys out. Amazing band. High Fade, 2 words. But they're going to be in Atlanta tomorrow. If you're going to be out that way, hope to see you. Please make sure you come and say hello. Meanwhile, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Amazing night. We got to do the 40th anniversary of Jesse Johnson's Revue. I did mention that I was going to be giving away albums. That kind of got away from me, but I'm going to go through and see if I can locate some of you fine folks that ask some really, really good questions, and I'll reach out to you privately about the 4 Jesse Johnson's Revue albums that I have on vinyl, and I'm going to get them out to some folks. Thank you so much. Hope you had a good time. Thank you to Jesse Johnson. Thank you to Michael Bland. What an amazing show. What a long show. I told you guys to get ready for it, though, so you should have been prepared. You should have taken a nap when I told you to, but you didn't. So that's on you. That's not on me. Good night, everyone. We'll see you maybe next week or at some point during the week. I don't know. Love you. Have a good one. WTF. Welcome to Funkatopia. You are dismissed. Go to bed.